Bon Ju-hyuk is 25, broke, and tired of his life. Every night he walks through a dirty soul alley, while people behind him laugh and fight. At the end waits his tiny rooftop room. It is only 180 square feet, but even this poor place costs more than he can easily pay. Ju-hyuk calls himself unemployed, yet he works 3 part-time jobs. He runs a store counter, serves food, and takes hard day labor whenever possible. Still, dinner is cheap ramen again. He has no useful talent, savings, or clear future. His healthy body is the only thing he owns, and work is slowly taking that too. Then blue fire fills the room. A system window appears above the table and calls his name. Bon Yuake has awakened. He freezes with noodles in his mouth, then falls backward and nearly throws dinner across the floor. After years without one lucky break, this powerless young man has finally received a chance that can change everything. But an awakening is only a blessing if a player stays alive. Monsters tear climbers apart, while cold, fire, poison, traps, and hidden dangers finish many more. That is a problem for Ju-hyuk. He avoids fights, walks around danger, and spends his life running from trouble. Power has found a man who proudly calls himself a coward. Ju-hyuk almost blames the strange light on stress. Then he calls for his status window, and a blue screen opens. He is level 1, and his trait is summon. His skill can call spirits, beasts, golems, demons, humans, and demi-humans. However, the empty catalog gives no clue what kind of partner he might receive. He throws out his hand and tries random summon. Nothing happens. Skills should only work inside the tower, where awakened players gain their power. Ju-hyuk lowers his head in shame. Then a message appears. Random summon has activated. Purple light opens a tall gate inside his apartment, breaking a rule that every player knows. A red-haired man steps from the gate in black assassin armor. Ju-hyuk asks if he is really a person. The stranger smiles, salutes, and says yes. Then he smells the ramen. Before Ju-hyuk understands anything, this dangerous warrior asks for one bite, takes a huge mouthful, and cries because the mild noodles are too spicy. The assassin keeps eating until almost nothing remains. Ju-hyuk cannot believe his first summon steals dinner, and cannot handle spice. The status window explains the rules. Human summons have 4 ranks, and can always speak with their summoner. They must protect Ju-hyuk, and obey every order. If those duties clash, protecting his life comes first. The man is John Cossack, the man assassin of the Cruel Assassins Guild. The senior rank human can remain for 6 hours. He has no satisfaction score, but his mission success rate is 99%, and he once killed a 5th Circle warlock. The harmless ramen thief before Ju-hyuk was once a killer feared across another world. Cossack's memories enter Ju-hyuk's mind. He sees the assassin chase a falling target, catch the man in the air, and cut through guards before they react. Cossack moves with calm skill and frightening speed. Ju-hyuk now understands why the guild called this man its greatest weapon, even while he remained its greatest problem. The true horror comes after each fight. Cossack wraps red ribbons around severed heads and calls them gifts. Yet even this mad assassin once failed. On his last mission he raised a blade over a sleeping target. The man opened his eyes and revealed himself as the Empire's strongest swordmaster. One counterattack ended Cossack's life. Ju-hyuk returns to his room shaking. Cossack looks friendly, but Ju-hyuk just watched him kill without mercy. He remembers the rules and gives a safe test order. Cossack washes the ramen pot and wipes the table in seconds without one complaint. The most dangerous man Ju-hyuk has seen now cleans a cheap apartment like an eager helper. Duck pushes further and orders Cossack to bark. For one long second, the assassin's face goes dark, and Ju-hyuk fears obedience has limits. Then Cossack drops to all fours and happily barks. The command is stupid, but the answer matters. Cossack cannot refuse him, giving Ju-hyuk more power than he has ever held. Heavy fists strike the door before Ju-hyuk can enjoy that thought. Today is interest day. He borrowed 10 million won illegally after every bank rejected him. His father needed surgery, and his younger brother needed college money. Ju Hyuk paid over 5 million won in interest without reducing the debt, but he would still choose his family again. The men outside shout for Ju Hyuk to open up. Cossack draws a blade with a bright smile and offers to bring back the rude man's head. Ju Hyuk stops him, orders him into the bathroom and demands silence. Cossack obeys, but his offer proves that this summon is never safe without exact orders. The collector enters and grips Ju Hyuk's shoulder. The payment arrived late, so the gang came to check on him. Their fake concern becomes a threat. If money gets tight, the boss says Ju Hyuk can sell a kidney. More men wait behind him, turning the tiny room into a trap where Ju Hyuk cannot run. Then one collector mentions Ju Hyuk's younger brother, and says younger people bring a better price. Fear turns into anger, and the boss notices. He leans close and asks if Ju Hyuk wants a fight. A new hero might strike back here. Ju Hyuk forces a weak smile, denies everything, and waits until the gang leaves. Cossack steps out and praises Ju Hyuk for making him hide. Ju Hyuk is exhausted. In one day he worked 2 shifts, awakened, summoned a human, and faced loan sharks. He thinks about climbing for money, but images of huge monsters stop him. Cossack only asks to watch television, and Ju Hyuk allows this safer request. Cossack kneels before the television and becomes fully trapped by a family drama. Ju Hyuk falls asleep behind him, amused by the serious assassin. For years, Ju Hyuk worked, ate, and worried alone. Now this strange company feels warm. When he wakes later, Cossack is gone. The 6-hour summon ended while Ju Hyuk slept. Ju Hyuk decides to forget the awakening for now. Power or no power, he still has work. He yawns and enters the kitchen while morning news plays. Then a reporter announces a breaking case from Jongno-gu, Seoul. Ju Hyuk stops moving. The victims worked at Smile Cash, the illegal lender connected to his debt. 3 people at the Smile Cash office were found dead. All were beheaded. A red ribbon falls from Ju Hyuk's hand as the report adds one detail. Someone decorated the heads with matching red ribbons. Ju Hyuk stares at the broken dish near his feet. The method is too exact and familiar to be an accident. His mind returns to Cossack's memories. The assassin smiled while tying red bows around dead enemies. Ju Hyuk also remembers his innocent salute and promised to kill anyone who threatened him. Cossack was ordered to hide during the visit, but protecting his summoner comes before every command. Did he act after Ju Hyuk fell asleep? Ju Hyuk wanted a skill that could pay his debt and give him a future. Instead, his first summon may have found the lenders and killed them in a brutal way. The ramen thief, perfect cleaner, and drama fan, is also a killer who calls severed heads gifts. Absolute obedience makes every careless order dangerous. Ju Hyuk grabs his head and screams. He did not summon a helpful companion. He summoned a psychopathic murderer. Cossack is gone for now, but the cooldown will end, and Ju Hyuk may need him to survive the tower. His new power can save his life, yet one wrong command may destroy someone else's. That is the frightening truth behind his lucky awakening. The tower has given him a servant far stronger than any beginner should control, but strength alone cannot make the choice safe. Ju Hyuk must learn Cossack's rules, stop his violent ideas, and decide when summoning him is worth the danger. Outside the tower, Ju Hyuk is still a nervous man with no fighting experience. Inside it, one command can unleash an assassin who treats murder like simple work. The first floor is over, but the real test has only begun. Before Ju Hyuk can conquer the tower, he must first survive the powerful family his own trait may create. The next day, Ju Hyuk reads every detail about the Smile Cash murders. Blood covers the office. A severed hand lies on the floor, and 3 ribbon heads prove the report is real. At work, he cannot stop shaking. Cossack's cheerful face and those red bows now fill his mind. Ju Hyuk is sure his summon killed them. An innocent customer places a ribboned gift on the counter. To Ju Hyuk, it looks like another head. Valentine signs and store displays become parts of the crime scene. He screams, sends products flying, and frightens everyone around him. A co-worker checks on him, but Ju-hyuk cannot continue. He leaves work and takes the next day off. Guilt follows him through the crowded city. If Kosak acted to protect him, did Ju-hyuk cause those deaths? He returns to the rooftop room and opens the summon catalog. The rules say Kosak cannot hurt his summoner, so Ju-hyuk forces himself to call him. First, however, the system demands something unexpected: a satisfaction rating. 5 empty stars wait on the screen. Ju-hyuk wants to give one, but he remembers his mother's customer service job and how much a low score could hurt. He chooses 3 instead. Purple light fills the room, and John Kosak returns with a salute. The assassin thanks Ju-hyuk warmly, as if nothing terrible happened after their quiet night. Ju-hyuk asks the question directly. Did Kosak kill the men who visited yesterday? Kosak smiles and says he took care of them just before his 6 hours ended. Ju-hyuk feels sick. He expected a denial or excuse, but Kosak speaks like he finished a simple job. The cheerful summon before him truly murdered 3 people. Kosak explains that he marked the collectors with a tracker when they entered the apartment. After they left, he found their office. Ju-hyuk demands to know why he went so far without an order. Kosak answers with the 3rd rule. Any threat to the summoner's life must be removed, even when normal obedience says something else. Ju-hyuk points out that the collectors were not attacking him. Kosak says they could have become a danger later, and the 3rd rule lets him make that judgment. He even confirms that he would refuse a direct order to kill Ju-hyuk. The rule sounds protective, but in Kosak's hands, it gives a mad killer room to decide who deserves death. Ju-hyuk imagines the worst case. He bumps into a rude stranger, the man makes an empty threat, and Kosak sees future danger. A moment later, another head wears a red ribbon. This cannot continue. Kosak kneels and accepts blame, but Ju-hyuk tells him to stand. Fear will not solve a problem that follows every unclear command. Ju-hyuk orders Kosak not to kill people from simple suspicion. Kosak promises to use his best judgment, but he refuses to promise that nobody will die. If a knife reaches Ju-hyuk's throat, protection comes first. Ju-hyuk notices the careful answer and sends him away. Kosak may obey, yet his first loyalty is to Ju-hyuk's survival. Before meeting, Kosak asks if Ju-hyuk will climb the tower. Ju-hyuk admits it could change his life, but monsters and death still terrify him. He asks about Kosak's earlier summoners. They were strong and brave. Ju-hyuk thinks of players who use power to save others, then lowers his head and calls himself a pathetic coward. Kosak gives the answer Ju-hyuk never expected. To him, Ju-hyuk is the greatest summoner of all. A summoner's best quality is safety, because brave leaders take risks, die, and leave their summons behind. Kosak grabs Ju-hyuk's shoulders and begs him to live a long life. He will handle every dangerous and dirty task himself. Even that strange praise cannot remove Ju-hyuk's fear. After a sleepless night, he decides to stay outside and work a normal job. His illegal debt appears gone, and steady work feels safer than gambling with his life. Then his father calls. Rehabilitation continues, but a hospital transfer is needed, and Ju-hyuk's mother has suddenly lost her job. Ju-hyuk hides his worry, promises to visit, and returns to day labor. His family still needs money, so the safe path is no longer enough. He forms a careful plan. Enter only floor 1. Look around, and leave the instant anything feels dangerous. It is not courage. It is a short test with an escape ready from the start. He hopes random summon can provide a safer partner, maybe even a legendary LSSR warrior. The system destroys that hope with a cooldown of almost 29 days. Ju-hyuk has only one useful choice. He gives Kosak 5 stars and calls him again. The assassin returns through purple light, delighted by the improved rating. Ju-hyuk announces that they will enter the tower. Kosak first praises his bravery, then quickly changes the word when Ju-hyuk objects. He accepts the cautious plan and promises to guide the trip. More importantly, he says Juhyok will not need to lift one finger. Cossack intends to fight, scout, carry, and solve every problem himself. Blue Windows ask whether they wish to enter Korea's Black Tower. Floor 1 is the only open choice. Juhyok says yes, trying to hold on to his careful plan. Transfer light surrounds them and announces their destination. For the first time, the man who built his whole life around avoiding danger is crossing into the place he fears most. Cossack does not let him enter slowly. The assassin grabs Juhyok and dives into the glowing transfer, while his summoner screams for one more second. Juhyok wanted a quick, safe visit, but the first step already leaves him with no control. Together, the coward and his mad protector vanish into floor 1 of the Black Tower. The trip into the Black Tower is nothing like walking through a door. Cossack carries Juhyok through a violent tunnel of blue light, while the terrified summoner screams against his chest. Seconds later, they break through the other side. Juhyok has finally entered the place that can make him rich, but the journey alone almost defeats him. Floor 1 is a dry wasteland covered with dirt and broken stone. Juhyok takes one look, bends down, and vomits from the transfer. Cossack calmly says he will get used to it. At the safe zone border, the tower strengthens Juhyok's body to match his level. Even at level 1, he can already feel real power inside him. Then, his first mission appears. He must kill 5 tough-skinned fatty maggots within 2 hours. They can barely attack, yet their hard skin makes them difficult practice targets. A normal beginner may need 30 minutes for one. Juhyok knows Cossack can handle them, but his new strength gives him one dangerous idea. He should try first. The nearest maggot looks simple, until it suddenly rushes forward. Juhyok remembers too late that he does not even own a weapon. The huge creature rises over him, and every bit of confidence disappears. Stronger body or not, his fear still works perfectly. He freezes, gives up on his brave test, and calls the one person who can save him. Cossack arrives with a smile and calls retreating a wise decision. He draws his weapon, orders Juhyok to step back, and places himself between his summoner and every monster on the field. 5 hard targets would keep ordinary players busy for hours. Cossack does not plan to fight them one at a time. He raises his blade and prepares one attack. Dark power spreads across the wasteland. Cossack releases blade explosion, and cutting force tears through the whole group. The maggots' famous armor means nothing. Their bodies split apart before Juhyok can understand what happened. He can only stare at the ruined field. A mission designed to test a new player has ended with one move from a senior assassin. The tower confirms the clear, raises Juhyok's level, and gives him 100 grams of magic crystal. Then comes the shock. Floor 1 receives an S++ rating, plus a platinum badge. Juhyok celebrates because the tower suddenly feels easy. What he cannot see is the larger reaction. At that same moment, every player in South Korea receives notice of his S++ clear. Floor 2 unlocks, and the tower sends them straight home. Only 5 minutes have passed. Cossack congratulates Juhyok for working hard, but Juhyok points out that he only stood still. Cossack says that was exactly what he did well. Other beginners leave exhausted after beating the maggots. His summoner stayed safe, and to Cossack, that is perfect work. Juhyok now studies the reward in his hand. Magic crystals have powered modern industry since black towers appeared around the world 20 years ago. Prices have fallen, but 100 grams still sell for about 50,000 won. He has never heard of a platinum badge, yet money matters more tonight. In minutes, he earned what hard labor could not easily provide. He spends part of that victory on dinner. This time, he orders regular pork feet because Cossack cannot handle spicy food. The assassin still smells the plate with deep suspicion before accepting it. As they eat, Juhyok asks about Cossack's strange formal speech. Cossack explains that years beside a previous summoner changed the way he talks, and the habit remained. Juhyok compares that influence to an old boyfriend, then quickly changes it to an old summoner. Kosak offers to fix his speech, but Ju-hyuk finds it funny. More importantly, tonight has answered his biggest question. The tower is not safe for him alone, but with Kosak doing everything, it is possible. Fear no longer has to block his chance. The next morning Ju-hyuk builds a better routine. He keeps the convenience store shift by day and the grill restaurant at night, but removes dangerous day labor. The free time will go to tower clears with Kosak. Another 5-star rating makes the assassin almost cry with joy. Ju-hyuk would give 10 stars if the system allowed it, because Kosak has changed his future. Kosak explains why ratings matter. Better scores can extend his time outside, raise his grade, and bring more summons. Then they enter floor 2. The new mission demands 10 crafty fatty maggots. These targets move faster and use tricks, but Kosak refuses to let Ju-hyuk act. He promises a 3-minute clear and a safe escort back home. With no role in the battle, Ju-hyuk starts planning chicken and beer. Kosak happily accepts the reward, rushes forward, and cuts the fast maggots down. The tower announces another success, another level, and 200 grams of magic crystal. More important, floor 2 also receives S++. What should be a growing challenge is becoming a short stop before dinner. It also wonders if progress can truly stay this easy. The answer arrives fast. On floor 3, the mission changes to 10 ice-cold fatty maggots. Kosak destroys them as easily as the others. Ju-hyuk earns 300 grams of crystal, another level, another S++ result, and another badge. His tower visits can now fit before his morning shift. Floors 4 and 5 fall in the same quick way. Soon Ju-hyuk has collected 5 S++ platinum badges. That rare set unlocks a special privilege and strengthens his summon trait. The system raises his simultaneous summon limit to 2. Kosak already makes the tower look simple. Now, Ju-hyuk has room to call another powerful servant beside him. His tiny party can finally grow. Ju-hyuk checks his upgraded status and sees the change clearly. His summon trait now supports 2 servants at the same time. Kosak already controls every floor alone, so one more fighter could make the climb much safer. The 5 platinum badges were not simple trophies. Their S++ reward has changed the power Ju-hyuk can build around himself. There's one problem. Random summon still has more than 20 days of cooldown. Until then, Ju-hyuk plans to stay careful and climb with Kosak. After that, the 3 of them will move together. At least, that is how he first says it. In his honest version, both summons will fight for S++, while he watches from a safe place. Across Seoul, the Korea Awakened Management Agency is waiting for another notice. Team leader Jang Gwang-yeo keeps wondering when it will appear. Manager Lee Minute-A catches him watching again. Then the message arrives. Someone has cleared floor 6 of Korea's Black Tower, with S++. The unknown player is still moving, and the agency can no longer ignore it. The officials compare every global message. One person is clearing the Korean floors in perfect order, always with the same impossible grade. Korea's old record was only A. Until now, the agency did not even know S++ existed, or that it could alert the whole world. They believe this hidden beginner must have talent unlike anyone they have seen. That talent is also a threat. Strong players often move to countries that offer better deals, and some are even kidnapped in secret. Director Park refuses to lose this person. He orders the agency to find the player immediately and watch every new awakening registration. 2 days later, their priceless target is at home asking Kosak about floor 8. Ju-hyuk has climbed 1 floor per day without trouble. Floor 8 asks for 10 red thorn frog warriors. Their long tongues and weapons would pressure an ordinary beginner, but Kosak enters the group without fear. His blades flash between the monsters, and the whole mission ends before Ju-hyuk needs to move. Another hard floor becomes a 3-minute visit. The rewards keep growing: 800 grams of magic crystal, 5 tower-only healing potions, S++, and another platinum badge. Kosak tells Ju-hyuk he worked hard. Again, Ju-hyuk says he did nothing. Kosak answers that entering the tower is the hardest work. Ju-hyuk offers him money and free time outside, but the assassin refuses to leave his side. Kosak will not take a holiday, but he happily accepts sweet chicken with no spice. Ju-hyuk checks the new healing potions and saves them for Kosak's injuries. His crystal stock has reached 3.6 kilograms, worth about 1.8 million won. By day 10, the man who planned one quick tower test is climbing a new floor every day. Floor 9 was just as simple for Kosak. Ju-hyuk now trusts those narrow eyes so much that he almost forgets the man killed 3 loan sharks. His constant 5-star scores bring a real benefit. When he summons Kosak again, the system adds 1 full hour to the assassin's time outside. Kosak promises to use that hour well. They enter floor 10, and Ju-hyuk feels how much his level has changed him. Strength fills his body, and magical power gathers in his stomach. He imagines himself as an untamed wild horse. For once, he tells Kosak that he will help fight. Kosak refuses, but Ju-hyuk holds on to his rare courage and insists on joining the battle. Then the monster appears. A giant armored mantis rises over the forest, with blades longer than Ju-hyuk's body. His brave horse dream dies at once. He asks how any normal player could kill such a thing. Then he finds a perfect excuse. 2 humans attacking 1 insect would be unfair and would hurt his dignity. Kosak understands the lie. Ju-hyuk's answer is to become Kosak's tiny cheerleader. The mantis charges with its heavy blades, but Kosak meets it alone. He blocks the first attack, moves inside its reach, and crosses the field faster than its eyes can follow. Bright cuts form a cage around the monster. A moment later, its huge armored body falls apart in pieces. Floor 10 ends with another S++ clear, 1 kilogram of crystal, and the 10th platinum badge. Ju-hyuk's crystal total reaches 5.5 kilograms. More important, 10 badges unlock a second special privilege. This time he can copy 1 skill from Kosak. The list includes powerful attacks, poison, stealth, invisibility, disguise, and several escape tools. Kosak does not let him study the list. He says to choose Shadow Step immediately. The reason is simple. If Kosak ever falls, Ju-hyuk can escape quickly and secretly. Ju-hyuk asks whether he really looks like a man who would run away and save only himself. Then, without any more protest, he selects the escape skill. Kosak calls fast footwork the heart of battle, but both men know why this skill fits Ju-hyuk. He tests Shadow Step outside his room and tries to cross the yard in 1 move. Nothing happens. Ju-hyuk complains that the system allows outside world summoning, but blocks his copied skill. Kosak agrees, even though he does not understand the complaint. On day 11, Ju-hyuk faces a challenge worse than the mantis, an official phone call. He reports his awakening to the agency because he needs to sell his crystals. The call center congratulates him and offers a home visit. After giving his address, he drops to the floor, drained. For this shy man, registration feels like his bravest act ever. Jian and Lee have checked other beginners and found nothing, so they rush to every new applicant. Ju-hyuk cleans his tiny room before they knock. He welcomes them with shaking hands. Then Lee steps close enough to make him blush, studies his face, and says the words he feared. He is the S++ player. Ju-hyuk's secret is already exposed. Lee looks straight at Ju-hyuk and asks if he is the S++ player. He jumps back with a scream. For 1 awful second, he thinks awakened people may carry a sign he never learned about. Then he chooses the only defense he has. He will deny everything, act natural, and pray that his face does not reveal the truth. His natural act is terrible. Ju-hyuk gives a stiff salute, laughs like a machine, and says he has only heard about that amazing person. Lee watches him shake and calls it a classic lying signal. Jun pulls her back and orders her to stop testing applicants. After Lee apologizes, Ju-hyuk realizes the accusation was only a trap. The visit continues with a required government video. A cute mascot named Tommy explains the Black Towers. They appeared around the world 20 years ago, taller than any building. Armies and scientists tried to approach them, but an invisible wall stopped everything. Only after players appeared did humanity learn that each tower works like a game with many floors. Players remain ordinary outside, but inside they gain strong bodies, powers, and skills. Their rewards become gear, medicine, and resources for the world economy. Yet the towers also punish failure. If a country cannot clear a new highest floor for 6 months, a collapse countdown begins. When that countdown ends, the Black Tower destroys everything around it. 3 years ago, Mumbai disappeared in one of those collapses. South Korea has only one Black Tower, hidden deep in Gangwon province. The country has perhaps 5,000 to 10,000 players. They have reached floor 65, the second best result in the world behind America's floor 66. Tabi calls every awakened person a hero who protects society. Juhyok privately calls the bright video embarrassing propaganda. Then the real questions begin. He confirms that he entered the tower and places his collected crystals on the table. When asked about his progress, he answers floor 10. That is exactly where the hidden S+ player stopped. Lee's eyes become sharp again, and Jian asks about the global notices. Juhyok forces another smile and says whoever earned S++ must be amazing. His body twitches so badly that Lee becomes even more suspicious. Yan moves to the contract choices. General team players choose their own schedules, while elite team players work with the government, climb harder floors, and receive support and protection outside the tower. The elite team also offers a large salary. But Juhyok does not imagine money. He imagines reporters surrounding him, cameras in his face, and strangers asking about his lonely, cowardly life. Public attention is his worst fear. When Juan explains that elite members record tower runs with body cameras, Juhyok interrupts and refuses the position immediately. He chooses the general team and gives the most honest reason possible. He has no talent, the tower scares him, and he only wants safe rewards from a reasonable floor. Lee finally loses interest. Many players farm easy levels, but no elite candidate admits such weak ambition. In her mind, this coward can never be the person chasing S++. Gian respects the general team decision, yet one final test remains. Juhyok must enter the tower in front of them. He agrees, then wonders whether John is still searching for the S++ player. A normal clear should take almost 2 hours, so Juhyok announces that they may wait a long time. The agents accept without complaint. Lee tells him to take his time. Juhyok offers television and drinks, then enters the tower under their eyes. His awakening is now confirmed, but the agents still think he is harmless. Lee says his voice, posture, and every action look extremely timid. She expects him to quit on floor 11, because that stage tests something stronger than combat power. Lee has cleared floor 11 herself. The targets are long-tailed burrow centipedes. One is not difficult, but the player must face 100 of the disgusting creatures. Lee believes Juhyok will run back to the safe zone and abandon the mission. Jian trusts her judgment and prepares to tell the director that this applicant is another dead end. Inside the forest, Juhyok summons Cossack. The mission confirms 100 centipedes and a 3-hour limit. Juhyok hates the sight, but Cossack calls it a 5-minute job. This time, speed is the enemy. Juhyok orders him to hunt as slowly as possible and spend at least 1 hour, so no quick S++ notice reaches the agents. Juhyok explains that people outside are watching. He even promises to end Cossack's summon before leaving. Cossack understands and begins holding back. Juhyok smiles at his own clever plan. He will escape the ring of suspicion with one terrible record. At first, Cossack is still too efficient, so Juhyok keeps ordering him to move even slower. Finally, the pace looks bad enough. Juhyok believes everything will work. Then, one centipede slips through and reaches him. His new escape skill should solve the danger, but terror locks his body in place. Before he can use Shadow Step, more monsters close around him. The slow clear plan has created the exact risk Cossack was built to prevent. Cossack sees his summoner in danger and moves at once. He dives into the centipedes, tears them away from Juhyok, and attacks with full force. Juhyok keeps shouting for him to slow down, but protection now comes before obedience. Every disgusting monster near his summoner is cut apart before it can touch him again. Blue cuts fill the forest. Juhyok turns slowing down into a direct order, yet Cossack refuses. His summoner's life comes first. The final centipedes fall, and the result Juhyok feared appears. Floor 11 receives S++, another platinum badge, and access to Floor 12. His perfect attempt to look weak has ended in another 5-minute record. Outside, Lee expects Juhyok to return after giving up. Instead, a global S++ notice appears. At almost the same moment, blue light brings Juhyok back into the room. The timing proves everything. With Jun and Lee staring at him, Juhyok lowers his head, gathers a dark mood, and says the two witnesses will now have to be silenced. Juhyok says the agents must be silenced, but his threat only lives in his head. He imagines ordering Cossack to tie them up, then sees the assassin cut off their heads instead. The nightmare leaves him sweating on the floor while the unharmed agents call his name. Force is clearly impossible when his protector solves problems with a blade. Back in reality, Jian says the elite team needs Juhyok's talent. Juhyok returns to denial. He claims another player must have cleared floor 11 at exactly the same time. The excuse sounds impossible, and Cossack's formal speech even slips into his answer. Still, he insists on his innocence until Jian stops arguing and prepares a contract. The paper is not what Juhyok requested. Jian presents the only ultra-elite contract in the industry. It offers 12 billion won every year, free real estate, VVIP treatment, and a full security team. The shy worker who lived on cheap ramen is suddenly being offered a life beyond wealth, all because the government believes his impossible S++ record. Then comes the most dangerous benefit: legal immunity. Juhyok asks whether that would place him above the law. Jun says the package is almost modern nobility, currently given only to Uchil Minute, Korea's top player. Every benefit the state can offer is on the table. Juhyok studies it, feels the weight behind the gift, and says no. He refuses to register unless the agency gives him a standard contract. The reason is not money. He hates attention. Even a shop worker, remembering his face, can make him too nervous to return. Elite status would bring cameras, guards, officials, and strangers into every part of his life. For Juhyok, that rich future already feels like a prison. The agents call him extremely introverted. Juhyok adds that floor 11 is still low, and the future remains uncertain. He has no confidence in endless progress. Jian finally accepts the standard contract. Other people might call that choice foolish, but elite support carries elite duty. The government can order those players into every unexplored upper floor mission. Juhyok wants no part of that burden. A life that is easier than yesterday is enough for him. At agency headquarters, the commissioner hears the report and cannot understand it. How can a timid man with no desire to climb keep earning S++? Jian can only answer that Juhyok is painfully ordinary in every way except his record. Lee insists they did not make a mistake because the floor 11 timing matched perfectly. To the commissioner, that ends the question. A coward with extraordinary talent is still extraordinary. He orders the team to recruit Juhyok into elite at any cost. The very pressure Juhyok rejected is already growing behind his back, and the agency will not give up. At home, Juhyok practices shouting a firm refusal. Even fake anger leaves him tired. He warns Cossack that one more broken order means no reward and immediate unsummon. Then they enter floor 12, where 20 icicle spear weasels wait in a frozen land. Juhyok gives one clear command: fight gently, slowly, and without another S++. The mission confirms the weasels and a 3-hour limit. Kosak answers without hesitation, so Juhyok finally trusts him. A normal result should reduce the agency's interest. But the cold is stronger than expected. Frost covers Juhyok's face, and Kosak notices the shaking at once. Another harmless condition is about to become a deadly emergency in Kosak's mind. Juhyok says he can endure, but Kosak decides to finish immediately and return him to warmth. The slow order is forgotten. Kosak rushes through the ice while Juhyok shouts behind him. To this assassin, a common cold is an incurable disease. That makes Juhyok's red nose a threat to life, and protection again comes before obedience. Kosak tears through every frozen weasel. Juhyok weakly demands absolute obedience, but the safety rule wins. Floor 12 receives S++, plus another platinum badge. The agency calls almost immediately to confirm the result. Juhyok admits the clear, then claims floor 13 may be difficult. He is still trying to save the secret after everyone already understands it. Back in his warm room, Juhyok tells Kosak to relax. Kosak plans to watch television, but Juhyok ends the summon as punishment. A servant who refuses orders gets no drama. The next mission changes the problem completely. Floor 13 is a corridor packed with traps, where moving blades and hidden machines can strike from every direction. Kosak says the traps create too many risks for a slow run. He shields Juhyok and breaks through before the machines can attack twice. Another S++ appears. Floor 14 is no better for Juhyok's plan. Giant eyeball bats use wide sonic attacks, so Kosak kills them before one sound can reach his summoner. S++ arrives again. Juhyok finally accepts that hiding is impossible. Then he checks the rewards and finds a better reason to stop fighting success. Earlier crystal sales brought 2.75 million won. Standard player support adds 2 million. 5 more kilograms of stones can add about 2.5 million. In only 14 days his tower income has passed 7 million won. At floor 20, crystal rewards alone could reach 1 million won per day, with no sales fee or tax through the agency. That means 30 million won each month. Juhyok is ready to quit his old jobs. The next morning he summons Kosak, gives him another perfect score, and finally removes the command that caused all their arguments. From floor 15 onward, Kosak may clear at full speed. The agency knows everything anyway, and one more S++ will create 15 platinum badges. Juhyok expects another privilege, and greed now feels useful, because every reward makes him safer. Together, they enter floor 15 and receive a mission against 20 goblin workers, their first intelligent humanoid monsters. Juhyok hides behind a tree while armed goblins search the forest. One survivor could warn the others, so Kosak chooses a clean attack. He promises to remove them together, then activates stealth. His body fades into blue light. The goblins keep walking, unaware that an assassin has entered their group and already chosen every target. Juhyok watches goblins die before they even see Kosak. Floor 15 ends with S++, 1.5 kilograms of magic stone, healing potions, and the 15th badge. Back home, the expected message appears. 15 platinum badges grant. A new special privilege. 5 improved his trait. 10 copied a skill. Now, Juhyok waits to discover reward number 3. The third privilege gives Juhyok an energy barrier kit. A golden bracelet appears and its effect is simple. It creates a shield that absorbs damage. The barrier breaks after taking enough force, needs 5 hours to recharge, and becomes stronger with his level. Blue light covers Juhyok from head to toe like a full suit of armor. Better yet, the bracelet is not marked tower only. Juhyok can protect himself in the real world. He imagines selling this unique item for 2 or 3 billion won and quitting immediately. Then greed wins. Higher floors may offer even better rewards. He asks Kosak for a floor 16 S++. But even Kosak cannot promise that result safely. Juhyok hesitates and looks at the bracelet again. At the agency, That hesitation becomes a mystery. 15 days pass without another global S++ notice. The officials decide he must be stuck on floor 15. They know difficulty rises sharply from floor 16, but Jian refuses to believe that Ju Hyuk has completely stopped climbing. The commissioner curses fate for giving great talent to such a coward. Then, new information arrives. Ju Hyuk wants to visit the player shop. The agency forms a proud explanation. He must be repeating floor 15 to earn money for equipment before taking the next risk. Since he owned no gear during registration, the idea sounds completely reasonable. The officials blame themselves for judging him unfairly, and order the shop to sell anything he wants at a tiny price. But 15 days earlier, Ju Hyuk was doing something very different. He asked Cossack to stab him with a dagger. Ju Hyuk only wanted to test the barrier. Cossack reacted as if his beloved summoner had requested an execution. Cossack begs Ju Hyuk to beat him, or take his arm instead. When that fails, he covers his ears and refuses to listen. Ju Hyuk tries the test himself, and makes a painful mistake. He stabs his arm before turning the shield on. Cossack immediately wants to cut off the guilty arm, forcing Ju Hyuk to heal himself and stop him. Ju Hyuk sends Cossack back to the hunt. The assassin always clears floor 15 in under 10 minutes. So Ju Hyuk uses the spare time for practice. Inside the tower, Shadow Step finally activates. Blue energy carries him across the forest in an instant. For the first time, he feels the escape skill, instead of failing outside his apartment. Ju Hyuk learns to start, stop, and change direction. Now he understands why Cossack chose this skill. It is perfect for running away. During one practice session, movement in the bushes breaks his focus. A wounded goblin has hidden from Cossack's attack. While the assassin is far away, the survivor finds the one target it should never approach. Ju Hyuk turns and sees the goblin. It charges before fear can lock him again. This time, he raises his wrist and activates the energy barrier. The monster strikes blue light instead of flesh. Ju Hyuk is unharmed, though the impact still sends a chill through him. The privilege has passed its first real test exactly when he needed it. Cossack returns, watches the goblin away, and jokes about Ju Hyuk giving him a perfect football pass. Then he realizes his summoner was attacked. The humor disappears. He rushes back, checks Ju Hyuk from every angle, and demands to know whether he is hurt. Ju Hyuk says he is fine, protected by the shield he risked testing. Cossack lectures him for being reckless yet again. Yoya promises to be careful, while privately admitting the block hit still hurt. Half a month of repeats passes. Yoya becomes comfortable with Shadow Step and the barrier, while his stored magic stones reach 22.5 kilograms. At market price, that pile is worth 11.25 million won. Ju Hyuk calls the player shop. Staff offer to send someone to his home, but that much attention terrifies him. He agrees to visit only after learning that the shop can sell his crystals. A limousine still collects him. Jean personally welcomes him, and Ju Hyuk immediately notices that this looks much more like VIP treatment than standard support. At the agency, Ju Hyuk registers his vein data for permanent entry, and refuses a guided tour. He wants to shop quietly. The doors open to a huge private showroom filled with shining equipment. There is not one other customer. Ju Hyuk wonders if the high prices drove everyone away, then starts by selling his 22.5 kilograms of crystals. The shop values the stones at 11.25 million won, and lets Ju Hyuk spend it immediately. Shopping already drains him, but the empty store is no accident. The agency closed it for everyone else. Staff also cut every price by 90%. Free gifts might scare Ju Hyuk away, so they hide the favor inside believable discounts. The commissioner follows the shopping trip from his office, while Jian confirms the plan. Ju Hyuk tests an adamant mace and sees basilisk leather boots for only 3 million won. He knows normal equipment often starts near 20 or 30 million. Jian's personal welcome and these prices make the special treatment obvious, which only makes Ju Hyuk more nervous. Nothing is free, but the boots are cute and useful. With them on his feet and the energy barrier covering the rest, Juhyok has simple full-body defense. He remembers promising not to become greedy. The privileges keep breaking that promise, because each one makes danger smaller. The next day, he summons Cossack and chooses progress over another repeat. Juhyok announces that they will finally enter floor 16. But one more event must happen first. The month-long random summon cooldown has ended. His upgraded trait can hold 2 servants, so he decides to call a new partner. Before activating it, he uses every prayer he knows, mixing heaven, Christianity, Buddhism, and magic into one desperate request. Purple light fills the apartment as random summon begins. A human-shaped figure rises, but it keeps growing far beyond what Juhyok expected. Both men stare upward. Then the summon lands with enough force to crack the floor. Juhyok cannot even see the full result yet. He only asks what he summoned and remembers the deposit on his damaged room. The purple light clears, and Juhyok finally sees what landed in his room. The new summon is not a monster. He is a human warrior, but he is so huge that he must crouch under the ceiling. His body is covered with tribal marks, fur, and thick muscle. Before Juhyok can speak, Cossack jumps up and kicks the giant to the floor. Cossack clearly knows this man, and he hates him. He curses the warrior, attacks again, and orders him to lower his eyes. But the giant stays calm. He says the hit did not hurt. It only tickled. That answer makes Cossack even more angry, and he raises his dagger toward the man's throat. Juhyok catches the attack and orders Cossack to stop before the apartment loses another ceiling. Cossack explains that the warrior is famous in his world, but not for a good reason. Everyone knows him as a total fool. To prove it, Cossack asks him to say the 3 laws. The giant mixes up the first 2 and cannot remember the third. Cossack calls him a useless summon, and even suggests killing him. Then Juhyok opens the catalog and sees the official result: a rare-grade savage meat shield. R is the lowest rank Juhyok can pull, so the result feels like a terrible waste of his month-long cooldown. The interview is even worse. The warrior forgot his own name. He does not know why he is here, and he remembers nothing about the tower. Juhyok tries the detailed information instead. The moment he touches it, the room fades, and he is pulled straight into the giant's past. That past begins in the peaceful Great Plains. The nameless warrior holds butterflies with care and finds real joy in nature. Even a giant wolf is his friend and playmate. His body has top-level power, and he shows no fear around dangerous beasts. But his mind is simple. He trusts others easily, forgets basic things, and cannot see danger when it comes with a friendly face. A man named Arius uses that weakness. He acts like a hero, gains the warrior's trust, and asks for a name the giant cannot remember. Then Arius takes him into battle against the Hydra. The plan is cruel and simple. Use him as a living shield. The warrior stands inside the Hydra's acid breath and tears off its heads one by one, even while his own skin begins to melt. He keeps fighting for one reason. He wants to protect his companions. At last the acid destroys his body, and he dies after winning their battle. Yet Arius and the others do not honor him. They laugh at the dead warrior, call him stupid, and thank him for making victory easy. Juhyok returns from the memory sick with anger. Now he understands the words meat shield, but he refuses to treat the man that way. Juhyok welcomes the giant and asks him to climb the tower together. Since the warrior lost his old name, Juhyok offers 2 new ones, Yaman or Gobang. The giant finally chooses Gobang. Juhyok promises to make him happy, and Gobang says he trusts his summoner and will follow orders. Then Juhyok calls Cossack, Gobang, and himself comrades. Cossack looks ready to reject the idea at once. But Cossack quickly sees the useful side of Gobang's giant body. He changes his answer, calls him a reliable shield, and promises to train him. Their strange team is now complete. 1 nervous player, 1 dangerous assassin, and 1 simple warrior with an almost unbreakable body. It sounds like a disaster, But Juhyok enters floor 16 with both servants. The tower raises their bodies and unlocks every combat skill. Their mission is to kill 30 goblin scouts within 5 hours. Inside the dark forest, Cossack tells Juhyok to keep the energy barrier active and prepare Shadow Step. These scouts shoot poison needles, so an attack can come from any tree. Cossack is right. Red eyes watch them from the shadows, and a hidden goblin raises a blowpipe. A poison needle flashes through the air before Juhyok sees the shooter. Cossack moves first. But this is not one quiet scout. It is a full ambush. Goblins surround the team and fire from every direction. Cossack cuts at the shots while Gobang stands close to Juhyok. Then the energy barrier shines around its owner and blocks the needles that slip through. Juhyok is safe, but one look at the forest tells him the mission information hid the real danger. The mission only asks for 30 kills, yet more than 50 scouts are waiting among the trees. Juhyok orders Gobang to move in front and block them. Gobang obeys at once. He stamps hard enough to break the earth, then launches his huge body toward the enemy like a charging wall. The goblins freeze when they see him coming. Their poison was made to stop normal players, not a warrior of this size. Cossack cuts through one side of the formation, but Gobang turns the battle into pure destruction. His charge throws goblins and broken ground high into the air. He keeps moving through the enemy line, knocking down everyone in front of him. Even Cossack is sent flying by the force and curses him from the ground. Juhyok watches from cover and understands that this is not a fair fight at all. The remaining scouts fire directly into Gobang's bare body. Nothing happens. The needles cannot enter his skin, and he says they tickle. Then he repeats the one lesson he understands perfectly. Follow orders and kill them all. A few huge swings finish the ambush. Juhyok can hardly believe the catalog called this man R rank. In battle, Gobang looks like senior, or perhaps even SSR. His low grade may come only from his weak mind. Back home, Juhyok rewards Gobang with boxes of fried chicken. Gobang eats with both hands and calls it kitchen. Cossack screams the correct word and tells him to eat one piece at a time. Gobang answers by calling the assassin weak against spicy food. Still, the simple giant looks at Juhyok and calls him a good person. He even promises his life for more chicken. Juhyok is touched, until Cossack rushes in to correct him again. The next day, the trio enters floor 17. Juhyok is now level 17, and the new strength running through his body feels amazing. He starts flexing and imagines that a wild horse has awakened inside him. For once, he wants to join the fight. Cossack stops that idea immediately. He warns that this is the level where players become too confident. Cossack takes the front, and Gobang tells Juhyok to stay back and live. The mission says to defeat 30 goblin warriors. What appears is a trained battalion with shields, helmets, and weapons. Juhyok watched this floor in guide videos, but the real sight creates far more pressure. He counts at least 90 enemies. Worse, these goblins are not wild animals. They move in ranks, guard each other, and use real tactics. Charging them without a plan should be a quick way to die. The normal plan is slow but safe. A player retreats to the safe zone and waits until the battalion breaks into patrols of 3. Then the player returns, pulls one small group away, kills it, and repeats the process. Juhyok studied every step before entering. But now he looks at Gobang and throws that careful plan away. With this giant beside him, he does not need to spend hours hunting 3 enemies at a time. Juhyok orders Gobang to move out. Golden power explodes around the warrior as he charges hard enough to break the ground. Then, Juhyok points at the entire goblin battalion and gives one simple command. Wipe them all out. His fear is already turning into bold confidence. With Gobang on the team, he believes floor 20 and even higher floors will be easy. Now he is thinking about the next reward before this fight has even ended. Floor 17 still asks for only 30 goblin warriors, but a much larger army stands before the team. Juhyok calls Gobang by his new name. The giant turns and waits for an order. Juhyok points at the whole formation and says to wipe them all out. Golden force covers Gobang as he lowers his huge body and charges straight into the front rank. The goblins raise spears and try to hold their line. It does not matter. Gobang swings one arm through several soldiers, then drives deeper into the battalion. Warriors and broken ground fly in every direction. Their shields, weapons, and careful ranks disappear under his raw power. The battle plan that looked dangerous only moments ago has become one giant man walking through a crowd. Wayok watches the explosions with a shocked smile. Strategy and tactics can help only when both sides have similar power. This is more like thousands of rental bicycles trying to stop a modern battle tank. The Goblin army never had a chance. The tower agrees and gives Floor 17 an S++ grade, along with another platinum badge for Juhyok. Ju Shakes moves directly to Floor 18. This time, the mission is to kill 30 goblin assassins. Dark shapes surround the trio. Then Gobang charges as usual. But these enemies are different. They have stealth skills. Blue shadows appear, strike from several sides, and vanish again. Their blades cannot cut Gobang's body, yet even his great strength is useless if he cannot find a target. Gobang swings at empty air and calls the hidden assassins cowards. Juhyok starts to wonder if this floor will be harder than expected. Then Kosak steps forward with perfect confidence. He says Juhyok has watched enough of Gobang's rough method. Now Kosak will clean his eyes with a classy guide. The proud assassin finally has a chance to take back the attention he lost. Kosak activates Shadow Step and says the goblin's stealth is nothing beside his own. Blue light crosses the forest. Hidden enemies follow his bait, and he cuts them before they understand what happened. The kill counter rises again and again. Juhyok sees the reason for this show. Gobang took much of Kosak's screen time, and the assassin is now fighting to prove that he is still the better servant. Gobang tries to help, while Kosak orders him out of the way. Their rivalry is now fully awake. Juhyok does not stop it. If both servants compete, they will clear faster and earn more badges for him. But he no longer wants to watch from behind them. He is around level 18, carries a heavy mace, and feels the brave side of himself rising again. Juhyok studied every Floor 18 guide before entering. The assassins use low-level stealth so focused eyes can detect their movement. He also practiced Shadow Step many times on Floor 15. He rushes at a hidden goblin and swings. His form is terrible, and he almost falls over, but the mace still hits. The counter reaches 10, and Juhyok proudly calls it his first successful hunt on this floor. The fight continues, and Juhyok begins reading the hidden attacks more clearly. Kosak cuts through one assassin after another as the counter jumps from 18 to 25, then 27. Only 3 remain. At the same time, Gobang drops his huge fists into the ground. The blast throws more assassins into the air and brings the team within reach of another perfect clear. Kosak and Gobang begin getting in each other's way. The assassin tells the giant to help somewhere else. Then he suddenly notices something much worse. Their summoner is gone. Juhyok has moved away from both guards and is fighting alone. A goblin assassin attacks at close range, and the energy barrier saves him from a hit that could have ended very badly. The danger should send Juhyok back to safety. Instead, the rush of battle changes something inside him. He escapes the first strike, steadies himself, and watches the next enemy move. His heart races, but his eyes become calm. The goblin is still fast. Yet to Juhyok, its body and blade now seem much slower than before. Red sword lines close around Juhyok, but he moves between them with blue shadow step. The goblin's attacks look like slow motion. For one clear moment, the whole world feels slower. Juhyok turns inside the attack and lands a perfect counter. The final assassin falls. Floor 18 receives S++, and another platinum badge enters his growing collection. Kosak races over in panic and calls for his summoner. Juhyok only smiles and says he thinks he got the last hit. Gobang watches silently, But Cossack looks deeply worried. Far outside the tower, the same clear creates another global notice. Jude announces Floor 18's S++ success, and the agency director leaps from his desk. Their hidden player seems unstoppable. The director is so proud that he wants to reveal Bong Joo-hyuk as the owner of Korea's 18-floor record. His staff stop him because public attention would place Joo-hyuk in danger. The agency now calls him a top-class player who needs even more careful protection than the elite team. Then breaking news spreads the record across the country and turns the unknown player into a national mystery. Back home, Cossack does not celebrate. He sighs until Joo-hyuk asks what is wrong. Cossack says his summoner is learning too fast. Joo-hyuk cannot believe anyone would call him talented and laughs at the idea. But Cossack stays serious. The shadow step counter at the end was almost perfect, and even this expert assassin would struggle to copy that movement. That talent is exactly what scares Cossack. If combat becomes fun, Joo-hyuk will gain confidence. More confidence means more risks, and being brave can be dangerous. Cossack reminds him that their first rule is safety and self-protection. Joo-hyuk promises that he will never do anything dangerous and will only take about one enemy. Cossack agrees, but his face says he expects serious trouble from the summoner very soon. Cossack's fear quickly becomes another problem. Gobang laughs at the crying assassin, so Cossack attacks him and threatens to boil him alive. Their fight crashes into the kitchen. Food flies. The refrigerator is hit, and Joo-hyuk's home takes more damage. He finally unsummons both servants and orders them to stop. Then he sees his mother's kimchi across the floor, and decides that he needs a quiet day with his family. Even his strongest allies are making normal life harder. The next morning, Joo-hyuk visits his parents. His mother welcomes him, but his father is still in bed with an injured hip. The man tries to sit up, and Joo-hyuk tells him to keep resting. His mother has made stew, and his younger brother Minit-hyuk is out buying tofu. The warm meal feels normal, yet Joo-hyuk can see that the family is under pressure. Nobody says it directly, but every lost workday matters. His father's injury stops him from working, and his mother recently lost her job. Still, both parents tell Joo-hyuk not to worry or send money. He tests their reaction by saying it would be useful if he awakened now. They think it is a joke. His father is afraid of cockroaches, and everyone knows Joo-hyuk is just as timid. When his mother asks about work, Joo-hyuk lies that it is his day off. Hiding the tower is suddenly harder than entering it. His mother sees the lie at once, but she says she trusts her son. She asks only one thing: never use loan sharks. Joo-hyuk remembers the violent Smile Cash case and quickly changes the subject. His mother explains that a rude customer ordered her to clean trash during a repair visit. She fought back against the unfair demand and got fired. Joo-hyuk decides this is not the right time to reveal his awakening. He wants good news, not another reason for fear. Outside, Joo-hyuk gives Minit-hyuk money for their parents, and asks him to stop them from working too hard. The younger brother assumes it is thanks for paying Joo-hyuk's tuition before. Joo-hyuk pats him proudly, thinking the boy is too shy to speak. Then Minit-hyuk asks where his own allowance is. Joo-hyuk sends him 500,000 won, and warns the little rascal not to waste it. At least tower money can quietly protect his family. The family visit makes Joo-hyuk want to take tower climbing more seriously. He goes to the Awakening Management Department and enters the player shop without calling John first. The energy barrier is useful, but higher floors will bring stronger monsters. He decides to buy a shield. The first model costs 100 million won, and the price almost knocks him over before any monster can. Better safety is useful only if he can afford it. A female employee offers a smaller round shield made from a strong metal alloy, and is light, cheap compared with the first one, and repairs itself. Joo-hyuk tries it and loves how well it matches his mace. The price is still 40 million won, but he buys it. Fighting goblins feels easier than talking to the employee, yet he leaves with exactly the extra defense he wanted. His equipment finally looks ready for close combat and can protect his fragile body. Before Joo-hyuk can leave, a friendly stranger approaches. The man says he is also a player and introduces himself as Choi Hosok. Choi climbs floors in the 30s and asks about Ju-hyuk's progress. Ju-hyuk hides the truth and says he is only in the teens. Choi laughs, offers help, and waves goodbye. Ju-hyuk is amazed by his easy social skill and even feels jealous. Nothing about the meeting appears dangerous yet. That night, Ju-hyuk's status shows level 19. He can challenge the next floor, but first he summons Kosak and presents the new shield. Kosak looks miserable. To him this proves that Ju-hyuk now enjoys fighting. Ju-hyuk promises to stay safe and quit when things become hard. Kosak demands more, never lead a charge, and use both servants as sacrifices if escape becomes necessary. Ju-hyuk agrees. Their plan places survival above pride and rewards. Ju-hyuk also bought king-sized dumplings for Kosak. The assassin's mood changes at once, and he happily begins eating. Then his face becomes serious. He asks whether Ju-hyuk has a grudge against anyone. Ju-hyuk says no, but Kosak senses someone outside with powerful killing intent. He hides while Ju-hyuk activates the energy barrier. A shot breaks the door lock, and an armed silhouette steps into the room. The peaceful meal ends in a single second. The attacker is Choi Ho-sik, the kind player from the shop. He followed Ju-hyuk home because he thought he found a weak beginner. Now he points a gun at Ju-hyuk and demands the bracelet and everything in his inventory. Ju-hyuk kneels with the barrel near his head, but when he sees Kosak waiting behind the robber, his fear changes. Choi does not know it yet, but threatening this summoner is almost the same as choosing suicide. The hunter has entered the wrong home. Choi believes the gun has frozen another easy victim. He boasts that weak players always open their inventories after one beating, then raises his hand. Before it falls, Kosak strikes from behind. One clean hit to the neck shuts Choi down. The robber sees a second man for only a moment before losing consciousness. When he wakes again, the gun is gone, and he is lying helpless on Ju-hyuk's kitchen floor. His planned robbery ends before Ju-hyuk even needs to defend himself. Ju-hyuk praises Kosak for knocking the robber out without killing him. Then he identifies Choi as an item broker, a criminal who attacks players outside the tower and steals their equipment. Elite members receive personal guards for this reason. In the real world, most players are only civilians. Without his unusual power to summon Kosak anywhere, Ju-hyuk could have died. Once again, his trait feels like a true cheat. It protects him in places where normal tower skills cannot help. Kosak offers to carry Choi far away and dispose of him. Ju-hyuk chooses the police instead. At the same time, the agency learns that Ju-hyuk visited the shop and bought a buckler. They wrongly guess that he is a close-range fighter and imagine him in heavy armor. The director plans to give him a complete set. Then a call from the police player task force reports an armed attack at Ju-hyuk's home. Their harmless equipment discussion turns into an emergency in one moment. Jian races across the city, furious that the rejected elite contract left Ju-hyuk without official protection. Police arrest Choi for home invasion and robbery. But the criminal lies at once. He claims Ju-hyuk kidnapped him, then stole his items. The officers know Choi broke in, yet the argument forces them to ask the homeowner to come too. Ju-hyuk suddenly imagines that his new tower strategy may become a prison strategy. For him, that thought is almost worse than the gun. Jian arrives just as Choi recognizes him. The robber smiles and expects the department leader to save him. Instead, Jian slaps him across the face. He knows Choi attacked a fellow player, cancels his registration, and ignores every excuse. Then he orders police to hand the repeat offender to the National Intelligence Service. Choi's confidence disappears. He now faces an investigation into every player he may have attacked before. The friendly mask from the shop can no longer protect him. John tells Choi to find a lawyer, though no one may defend him. He also reminds the officers that tower escape will not work. They can wait at the exact point where Choi must return. After the criminal is removed, John checks Ju-hyuk for injuries and gives him a deep apology. This event ends his patience. In John's mind, the elite contract must happen now, because protecting Ju-hyuk has become more important than any normal rule. He will not allow another attacker to reach this player. The next day, Cossack asks what happened and seems disappointed that Choi did not receive death. He even asks where the detention center is. Ju Hyuk orders him to forget that idea, then summons Gobang. The giant looks at 57 stars around him and counts them correctly, surprising everyone. With the strange team together again, Ju Hyuk enters floor 19 and receives a mission to defeat 30 goblin shamans. Their focus returns from human crime to the tower climb. The shamans cannot use great attack magic, but their curses can still be dangerous. A group surrounds Gobang with dark red energy. He answers with one roar. The sound alone blows the curse away and leaves Ju Hyuk staring at such a simple defense. Cossack and Gobang then remember their private plan. They will clear this floor as fast as possible, before their summoner gets another chance to enjoy fighting. Protecting Ju Hyuk now means keeping every enemy away from him. Both servants charge at once. Cossack cuts through the shamans while Gobang crushes their formation. Ju Hyuk raises his mace and shield to join them. But the mission ends before he takes one step. Floor 19 receives another S++ grade and platinum badge. Cossack proudly asks whether that fast clear felt refreshing. Ju Hyuk understands the truth. They finish quickly on purpose, and his own servants have found a way to keep him out of battle. Their loyalty has become a new obstacle for their summoner. The next day brings floor 20, the famous talent evaluator. The 10-hour mission demands 100 goblins of any type and 1 hobgoblin. Scouts, warriors, assassins, and shamans can all attack together. Cossack and Gobang order Ju Hyuk to do nothing while they draw every enemy away. Ju Hyuk sees their plan and refuses. As the battlefield opens, he uses Shadow Step, breaks past both guards and shoots toward the enemy alone. Gobang stares. Cossack screams. His worst fear has finally happened. The careful coward is now leading the charge himself. This floor tests talent, but it will also test whether Ju Hyuk can control the confidence that his servants fear more than any monster without losing himself. As Ju Hyuk charges into floor 20, he remembers why this feels impossible. He was quiet and alone from childhood. Other kids took his toys, poverty made him an easy target, and school never became better. In middle school, classmates laughed while he stood outside their groups. In high school, he ate lunch alone. He did not only fear failure, he feared the simple act of trying to change anything. Every lonely year taught him that staying invisible felt safer than reaching toward other people. Now that same person is fighting tower monsters. Ju Hyuk once struggled to meet the eyes of school bullies, so this new courage surprises even him. Then he understands the difference. Monsters are not people. They cannot reject him or create painful relationships. To Ju Hyuk they look like enemies in a game quest. He only needs to defeat them, take the reward, and move toward the next goal. Cossack screams for his summoner to stop, but Ju Hyuk is already inside the enemy group. Goblin warriors stab from every direction. Ju Hyuk activates Shadow Step and moves between their weapons with a blue flash. Then his mace crashes into one goblin's face. He does not stand still after the hit. He keeps moving through the formation, using the skill that he practiced again and again on floor 15. Hyuk jumps from target to target so quickly that even Cossack is shocked by his Shadow Step. But floor 20 mixes every goblin type together. While Ju Hyuk watches the warriors, scouts fire a storm of poison needles from above. His new shield catches several, and the energy barrier blocks the rest. Without both defenses, his body would be full of needles. The real danger finally breaks through his growing confidence. He has talent, but talent does not let him watch every direction at the same time. Ju Hyuk screams for help and runs. Cossack tells him to keep heading toward a cliff, while Gobang stays behind to protect him. The plan sounds terrible, but Ju Hyuk follows it. His stamina begins to fail as the enemy closes in. At last, he reaches a wall of rock. There is no safe path, no hidden exit, and no clear reason to be there. With goblins surrounding him, Ju-hyuk becomes certain that he is about to die. His short moment as a brave fighter ends with the old coward begging for rescue. Then, Go-bang's giant hand drops beside him and crushes the nearest attackers. The cliff was never meant to trap Ju-hyuk. Go-bang holds the full ground force in one place, giving Cossack a clear route upward. The assassin races along the rock and reaches the shamans who control the battle from above. One after another, their spells end under his blades. Ju-hyuk finally understands why Cossack sent him to this exact position. Cossack finishes the last shaman and checks the field. Go-bang has already destroyed the enemies below. All 100 normal goblins are dead, and Ju-hyuk can barely believe how quickly his servants cleared them. But the mission is not over. A deep sound shakes the area. The final target steps from the darkness. A hobgoblin, the tall and powerful last stage of goblin growth, carrying a sword and shield. Cossack launches from the high ground and calls Go-bang. The giant understands at once. He grabs the hobgoblin and locks both arms around its body. The boss struggles, but Go-bang holds it in place while Cossack drops toward them. His two daggers strike through the trapped monster, then cross in one final blue attack. The hobgoblin dies before it can show its power. The most dangerous target on floor 20 falls in seconds. The tower confirms 100 goblins and 1 hobgoblin defeated. Ju-hyuk reaches level 20 and receives 2 kilograms of mana stone plus 5 healing potions. After this frightening lesson, he admits that leading boss fights to his servants may be the smart choice. He thanks Cossack and Go-bang for protecting him. Floor 20 receives S++. Another platinum badge enters his inventory, and the 21st floor opens. The talent evaluator tested his courage, but survival still depended on the team around him. Outside, live news reports South Korea's first S++ clear of floor 20. The audience cannot stop talking about the hidden record holder. Many viewers assume the player belongs to the elite team and that the government hides the name to stop foreign countries from taking him. At the agency, the attention creates a problem. The director refuses to control the press, because that action could reveal that his department knows the mystery player's identity. Instead, the agency quietly studies Ju-hyuk's family. His father is recovering from hip surgery, so they plan treatment at the country's best rehabilitation center. His younger brother is a university student who can receive scholarship support. His unemployed mother lost her job after standing up to an abusive customer. Jean warns that she has the strongest voice in the home. The director approves every plan and orders the department to support the entire family. Back home, a food delivery interrupts the serious events. Ju-hyuk hides both servants under a blanket before opening the door. He ordered 12 bowls of jjangmyeon and 12 dishes of sweet and sour pork. The courier adds 1 fried dumpling for free. Ju-hyuk complains that 1 is too little, then notices there are no coupons. The funny part is that his social fear would stop him from using coupons, even if he had them. Go-bang tastes jjangmyeon for the first time and nearly eats the plate. While Cossack tries to control him, Ju-hyuk opens his inventory. 20 platinum badges have now gathered, so the tower unlocks another privilege. Golden light fills the room and a cube covered in question marks appears. This is not a shield, a skill, or another servant slot. The new reward is 1 random box, and even Ju-hyuk has no idea what may be waiting inside. After everything earned through careful planning, his next advantage will depend completely on luck. Whatever comes out could change the climb before he steps onto floor 21. A great item could protect him, while 1 poor result could waste all 20 perfect badges. The random box can give Ju-hyuk almost anything found inside the tower. The list includes mana stones, rare herbs, monster hides, potions, weapons, armor, combat skills, level-up runes, and even tickets that open towers in other countries. But 1 reward stands above every other choice: a confirmed LSSR summon. If he gets one, that servant could do all the dangerous work while Ju-hyuk enjoys the view. Yahello promises to live like a saint if the box gives him something good, then opens the first reward. A large blue crystal appears in his inventory. It is 10 kilograms of mana stone. Yahello calls it a failure, because he can earn stones through normal clears. Still, it can sell for about 5 million won, so his bad reward is worth more money than many people earn in months. He quickly forgets it and opens the second item. This time, the system gives him a skill named Chaos Lightning Staff. It sounds like an attack from an old martial arts story, and Yahello plans to study it after the final draw. The third reward then appears, a rune of Summon Grade Up. Now he has his jackpot. The rune can raise a servant's grade, and the result depends on that servant's hidden potential. Yahello only needs to decide whether Kosak or Gobang should receive it. Kosak is already senior grade, while Gobang is only R grade. Yahello first chooses Kosak because they have spent more time and shared more meals together, although Gobang may have eaten far more of those meals. There is one important limit. The chosen servant cannot be summoned until the upgrade is complete. Since the team already has enough force, Yahello decides to pull Kosak aside and use the rune later. First, he wants to test his new skill. Chaos Lightning Staff is a growth skill with 3 forms. The first form, Lightning Soul Chaser, enters Yahello's mind the moment he learns it. He raises his mace in the apartment and brings it straight down. Nothing happens. Tower attacks cannot release their true power in the normal world, which is probably the only reason criminals like Choi Ho-suk have not destroyed daily life. Yahello decides that his real test must wait until the next floor. When Yahello proudly tells Kosak that he gained a growing attack skill, the assassin's face turns pale. Gobang uses the distraction to eat the last bowl, so Kosak attacks him and demands that he spit it out. Yahello ends the fight by canceling both summons. By the next day, however, he understands Kosak's fear. A summoner's servant holds most of the pair's power. The former owner of this trait was much stronger than Yahello, yet that summoner died and an entire world was destroyed. Kosak has every reason to protect him from the same end. But Yahello is human, and for the first time in his life he knows what it feels like to have power. He wants one honest chance to use it. He summons both servants, certain that absolute obedience will make them agree. Instead, Kosak says an attack skill can become poison for a summoner. 420 worked because the enemies were goblins. But against orcs, one proud mistake can become fatal. Then Kosak uses the third law of summons. A servant must obey, but protecting the summoner comes first whenever the two rules clash. Gobang closes one giant hand around Yahello to prove the point. Their plan is simple. Inside the tower, Gobang will hold him safely while Kosak clears alone. The two servants who usually fight each other have now formed an alliance against their master. Yahello has only one weapon left, and it is not the mace. He attacks Kosak with the saddest eyes he can make. Yahello promises never to run off alone again, and asks to kill only one monster, carefully and slowly. Kosak does not trust him, but he finally accepts under one condition. The moment danger appears, Kosak will step in. The deal is made. Soon, Blue Mike carries all three into the dark forest of floor 21, where the next mission waits. They must defeat 30 forest orcs within 4 hours. Before the hunt, Kosak suggests practice swings on Gobang because Yahello cannot hurt him. Gobang also offers his body without fear. But Yahello cannot bring himself to hit the servant who protects him. When the two keep pushing, he threatens to charge into the forest alone. That ends the argument at once. With blue sparks already gathering around his mace, Yahello says he will practice on a real orc. Kosak and Gobang rush the enemy first. One blue slash throws an orc through the trees, Gobang crushes another group, and Kosak cuts through more before Yahello can even catch up. At this speed, all 30 will fall before he touches one. Then Kosak surprises him. The assassin holds one living orc in place, and asks Yahello to take it. This is the safe chance they promised. Yahello lifts his mace and lightning begins to twist around him. Kosak releases the target and moves far back. Yahello charges in a blue flash. Lightning Soul Chaser is only a straight vertical strike, but simple does not mean weak. A huge wave cuts across the forest as gold and blue power wraps around the falling mace. Juhyok shouts the technique's name and drives it down. The orc's eyes widen just before the impact. Light fills the ground, and Juhyok finally understands what he received. His first true attack is not a small beginner skill. Chaos Lightning Staff carries frightening power, and the happy smile on his face may worry Cossack even more than the strike itself. Until now, every victory belonged mainly to his summons. This single blow proves Juhyok can begin taking part himself, if he finds enough courage to move. Lightning Soul Chaser lands with far more force than Juhyok expected. The forest orc falls, and he stands over it with a glowing mace, thinking the attack was almost too easy. He immediately asks Cossack for one more target. But before Juhyok can swing again, Goban's fist crushes the next orc. Their agreement was clear. Juhyok could kill only one. A moment later, the mission ends with another S++ rating, level 21, fresh mana stone, a healing potion, and one more platinum badge. The same pattern continues for the next 3 days. Juhyok uses his new skill on a desert orc, then a cave orc, and finally a volcano orc. The last one is harder because the heat nearly burns him, but Cossack and Gobang control every battle around him. Floors 22, 23, and 24 all end with S++. By the time he reaches level 24, the mysterious record holder is still moving without a single failure. Now only one step remains before the important 25th floor. On a rest day, Juhyok finally finds a private moment with Cossack. He acts casual and says he found something on the way, then hands over the Summon Great Up rune. Cossack first wonders if the glowing stone is food. When he reads its effect, his whole face changes. The senior assassin could rise to SSR. He asks again and again whether this treasure is truly for him, then says greater power will let him protect Juhyok even better. Seeing Cossack so happy makes Juhyok happy as well. Still, the upgrade cannot begin carelessly. Cossack plans to start, after he returns to his own world, then come back in a powerful new form. Juhyok invites him to stay and watch television first. Their quiet break changes when Juhyok notices a woman on the news. He orders Cossack to rewind. The screen stops on Hom Jumja, Juhyok's mother, standing alone with a protest sign outside a company. Hom worked as a water purifier manager. One customer ordered her to separate household trash after finishing the service. When Hom refused work that was never part of her job, the company demanded an apology. She had done nothing wrong, so she refused again. The answer was a contract termination notice. Hom then protested along for more than 10 days. Executives laughed at her, called her effort useless, and expected her to disappear. Instead, she warns that the next person who laughs may receive an answer. Then a suited man approaches. Hong expects another threat, but he introduces himself as attorney Lee Chang-sok from Park & Kim, the top law firm in South Korea. She assumes the company sent him to sue her, and refuses to surrender. Lee says he came for the exact opposite reason. His firm wants to sue Jin Sumul for her, free of charge. He claims they learned about her labor petition through a public worker and support vulnerable people every year. Han is suspicious, but Lee promises to risk the firm's reputation on winning. She has fought alone long enough, so she accepts. Lee begins with a media campaign. Cameras surround Han, and he tells her to explain every unfair event in full. At home, Juhyok realizes his mother has been suffering while both sons knew nothing. Cossack quickly offers to visit the company himself. Juhyok stops him, because his mother now seems to have a capable lawyer. Juhyok plans to sell his 21 kilograms of mana stone and pay the legal bill. If that is not enough, he will even sell his energy barrier. Then his father calls. The legal service is apparently free. Even stranger, Ilsan Hospital has selected his father for a hip rehabilitation project. Korea's top hospital will cover both the stay and treatment. His father calls it good luck, But Juhaek feels that too many unlikely things are happening at once. His brother Minhyuk calls next. He is angry about their mother's treatment, and wants to return the allowance Juhyok gave him to help with the lawsuit. But Minhyuk no longer needs all that money, because he received a national scholarship. The name behind it gives Juhyok his answer. The Awakened Management Bureau, the lawyer, the hospital, and the scholarship are not three lucky accidents. One organization has quietly entered every part of his family's life. Yahello calls team leader June and requests a private meeting. They sit across from each other in a quiet restaurant. And Juhyok asks directly why the bureau helped his mother, father, and brother. June does not even try to hide it. He says every action was necessary. Problems at home create worry, and worry could damage Juhyok's tower clears. Juhyok understands the reason, but he dislikes that the bureau acted without asking him first. There is another problem. This level of family support is supposed to belong to the elite team, while Juhyok signed only a standard contract. Juan answers by changing the situation in one move. He brings out a shining document marked Ultra Elite Contract and Special Management Subject. Then he smiles and says they can discuss the elite team right now. Juhyok came to demand an explanation, but the bureau has turned that demand into its strongest offer yet. The question is no longer why they helped his family. It is what price Juhyok must accept for that help. Team leader Jian wants the elite contract signed at once, but Juhyok still says he lacks talent. Jian cannot believe what he hears. No player has ever cleared 24 floors in a row with S++ ratings. Even Juhyok knows that denying such a record now would sound like false humility. Then Jian bows and makes a serious request. After the attack by Choi Ho-sok, Juhyok should accept the care and protection that a player of his value deserves. Elite status would bring VVIP guards, but that creates new problems. Juhyok hates the thought of being followed, and elite players must record their clears. A camera could expose Cossack and go bang to the entire country. June answers every concern. Juhyok may film in any way he chooses, set his own security level, and even request guards for his family. Then Juan offers 2 secure houses, one for Juhyok and one for his parents. That offer almost ends the debate. The director has given John full authority, and the signature line is already waiting. Juhyok imagines the 2 houses and reaches the point where saying no feels impossible. Yet he stops at the final moment. He asks for a little time because he wants advice from someone he trusts. John agrees to wait. The next day, that advisor arrives in a storm of purple light and announces himself as the special super rare assassin. The rune worked. Cossack has risen from senior to SSR, although his shining entrance hurts Juhyok's eyes. Once he looks normal again, Juhyok admits that the new form is actually impressive. He explains the elite offer and asks whether national support is worth the risk. Cossack supports it without hesitation. In his eyes, Juhyok is already a national-level player and should receive national-level treatment. But when Juhyok suggests training harder for the upper floors, Cossack immediately says no. Cossack says Juhyok's greatest strength is not his mace, and is staying alive. In the place where Cossack waited, many legendary SSR servants were ready to be summoned. There are even demigod-class monsters beyond normal human limits. Juhyok cannot call those unranked beings yet, but greater summoning skill will open that path. If he survives and keeps using random summon, every one of those powerful servants may eventually obey him. That is his real finishing move. The random summon normally returns once a month, giving Juhyok about 12 chances each year. Helpful items could create even more, although bad luck remains dangerous. The next chance is only 19 days away. Cossack then names one condition Juhyok must place in the contract. No outsider may decide when he enters an uncleared floor. Without that protection, impatient officials could push him upward before he is ready. Cossack clearly remembers seeing that mistake before, and the memory still hurts. As long as Juhyok controls that decision, Cossack believes accepting national support is wise. The advice settles the real issue. Then Gobang is summoned, and Cossack immediately demands respect for his new rank. Gobang says a warrior does not greet just anyone. Cossack explodes. He proudly explains that SSR means special super rare, and mocks Gobang's small r. Even Gobang knows it is safer not to look at him. Juhek feels guilty and silently promises the next upgrade rune to Gobang. The jokes end when floor 25 opens. The mission is much larger than before. Kill 100 orcs of any type and 1 orc great chieftain within 10 hours. A mixed army charges across the dead land. Juhyuk hopes he can steal several kills this time, but Cossack is eager to celebrate his promotion. He sends Gobang ahead to pull every enemy. Gobang accepts all attention at once and drives his huge foot into the earth. Gobang raises both arms, gathers force, and smashes the battlefield. The ground bursts open, throwing dirt, stone, and orcs through the air. With the army focused on the giant warrior, Cossack announces that SSR Cossack is moving out. Blue power covers his body, and he crosses the field so quickly that Juhyuk thinks a fighter jet has passed him. The assassin is no longer simply faster than the enemy. For most of the orcs, he is almost impossible to see. Cossack dives through the army and sends blue blades in every direction. Then he activates Blade Explosion. The strike does not hit only one target anymore. It bursts like a heavy weapon and catches every orc standing nearby. Juhyuk watches bodies fly and realizes the senior skill has changed with Cossack's rank. The old attack was a knife with extra force. The new version feels like a bazooka fired at the center of the enemy line. Cossack continues before the smoke clears. Blades ring down, purple force tears through another group, and a surviving orc suddenly feels someone behind it. Cossack smiles and whispers, "Surprise!" Mean ambush cuts across the field in one bright line, sending enemies and weapons into the air. Those still standing begin to shake. Cossack asks why they already look so afraid. From this calm expression, the answer is simple. For an SSR assassin, this battle has barely started. Poison gathers around Cossack's daggers as he prepares another attack. That is when Juhyuk sees the real danger. Cossack may kill all 100 orcs before he gets close. Juhyuk activates Shadow Step and races toward the remaining formation. Blue energy surrounds him, and his mace comes down between two enemies. He remembers Cossack's warning that survival is his greatest asset. Cossack is right, but Juhyuk cannot accept safety as an excuse to remain weak forever. Juhyuk believes he must grow quickly as well. His mother fought alone because her sons could not help. His father laughed because he thought Juhyuk could never afford the hospital or legal costs. His brother was ready to give away his own allowance. The Bureau may have solved those problems today, and Cossack may protect him inside the tower, but Juhyuk wants the power to protect them in return. Golden lightning fills his mace as he attacks, driven by one clear goal. Everyone who cares about him should finally be able to feel safe. That goal is now stronger than fear. Juhyuk refuses to watch Cossack do everything. If he keeps hiding behind his servants, he will never become strong enough to protect anyone. He enters the orc formation, avoids a purple blade, and knocks one enemy across the field. More attackers come, so he raises his mace and uses Lightning Soul Chaser. The golden strike crushes an orc, but these enemies are tougher than the monsters below. One remains standing, and another charges before Juhyuk can relax. Juhyuk uses Shadow Walker, slips above the attack, and strikes again. Then the system gives him a surprise. Chaos Lightning Staff unlocks its second form, Scattered Lightning. The movement enters his mind instantly. Juhyuk swings at the next group, and the golden force divides into 5 separate branches. Instead of hitting one orc, the new technique strikes targets across the battlefield. It is exactly what he lacked, an attack built to clear groups. Cossack sees the lightning and races over in panic. He scolds Juhyuk for becoming excited, and reminds him that they agreed on 1 personal kill per floor. Juhyuk apologizes without thinking. A second later, he realizes something strange. Why is the master apologizing to his own summon? His anger grows. Outside the tower he may be nervous, but in here he feels powerful. He rejects another warning about safety, and challenges the orc great chieftain to appear. Ju boasts that he will charge in and crack the boss's skull. The ground shakes. When he turns, the great chieftain is already standing over him with a weapon larger than his body. Ju nervously explains that he did not mean right now. The weapon falls, and all his confidence disappears. He screams for Cossack. The assassin answers with his usual loyalty call and pulls Ju away just before the crushing impact. Safe on the ground, Ju admits he should have listened. He orders Cossack to remove the chieftain immediately. Gobang takes the front and catches the boss's giant weapon with both hands. The chieftain cannot believe its strength has been stopped. Gobang kicks it back, launches upward, and brings both glowing fists down. While the warrior controls the enemy's attention, Cossack moves into the perfect blind position for a killing ambush. Cossack activates Despicable Ambush and crosses both blades through the great chieftain from behind. The mission finally ends. Ju reaches level 26, receives 2.5 kilograms of mana stone, earns another S++ rating, and opens floor 26. But the 25th platinum badge also triggers something new. The system grants an encore perk, allowing Ju to repeat one major reward that he has already received. The choices are Trait Enhancement, Skill Copy, Random Item, and Summon Grade Up. Ju does not hesitate. Improving his rare summoning trait is more valuable than any single item. The enhancement succeeds, and his status now allows 3 servants at the same time. With Cossack, Gobang, an unknown third summon, and Ju joining the battle, they could form a 4-person party. The next random summon is still 18 days away, but the open slot is ready. For now, Ju rewards the 2 servants with dinner. Cossack asks for Teokboki, and claims his promotion to SSR has cured his weak spice tolerance. Gobon says the red food tastes sweet, so Cossack eats quickly to prove himself. Seconds later he is burning, gasping, and begging for water. Gobon calmly suggests abandoning the dying assassin and summoning someone else. While helping Cossack, Ju notices the number again. 25 floors cleared. That number tells Ju it is time to stop hiding from his family. He goes home carrying expensive boxed beef. His mother immediately worries about the price and asks whether he kept the receipt. Hyuk wants to know where the money came from. Their father reminds everyone that the last weeks were difficult, and asks them to enjoy Hyuk's gift. The family finally sits together for a peaceful meal, with the lawsuit and medical treatment under control. After dinner, Ju asks everyone not to be shocked. He says that he awakened and now works as a player. Silence fills the table. Minute Yuk tells him to eat his fruit because the claim sounds like a terrible joke, and their father wonders if this is about a computer game. Ju expected surprise, but not complete disbelief. Instead of arguing, he takes out his phone and calls the one official who can prove everything. The next day, the limousine and bureau staff meet the family. An official confirms that Ju truly awakened, calls him a precious national asset, and explains that he is already an elite player. His parents and brother can barely process the change. They are guided into a modern high-rise and taken upstairs with a premium access card. Inside, Ju spreads his arms and reveals a huge luxury apartment. This is the home his family will live in from now on. The new home is not only an expensive gift, it gives his parents safety, lets his father recover in peace, and removes one more fear from Ju mind before every tower entry. His family can finally see that his strange new job is real, important, and far more dangerous than any ordinary work they imagined for him before. Only days earlier, his mother protested alone, his father worried about treatment, and Minute Hute considered returning his allowance. Now, the whole family stands inside a protected residence because Ju finally chose to accept his value. Their lives have changed in a single day, and none of them can return to the old routine. Yet the tower has already taught him that comfort can vanish in one strike. A third servant slot and a new combat form may soon be needed because floor 26 is waiting. Yahello signs the elite contract and can hardly believe the name on the page is his. The starting salary is 2 billion won a year. Jian even apologizes because regulations stop the bureau from offering more. Yahello feels his old sense of money breaking apart. But one issue matters more than salary. He does not want the public to learn that he is the S++ record holder. If his face spreads everywhere, his family may lose the freedom to live normally. That fear is why Yahello still hides the record from his parents. Jian asks whether they like the new house, and ManhwaCapped's message gives the answer. Their mother cried because she had never lived anywhere like it. ManhwaCapped received a huge television, a laptop, and full gaming equipment. June also prepared a furnished two-room home for Yahello, and offers something larger. But the clean apartment already feels like a penthouse to him. Korea's real largest penthouse belongs to Yoo Chol-minute, the country's #1 player. His all-weapon warrior trait gives him mastery over every weapon and many deadly skills. He has climbed to floor 66, higher than anyone else in Korea. Yet while Yoo drinks 5 million won alcohol beside his private pool, one guest asks the question heard across the country. Who is the unknown player with 25 S++ clears? Yoo calls Yahello a low-level nobody, but the women remind him that S++ is a world first. His pride breaks. He pours alcohol over one woman's head and asks what will happen if he stops climbing. Everywhere he goes, people discuss the new record instead of him. China offered you 180 billion won per year, a mansion, a private jet, and leader-level care. Japan offered 200 billion won and 10 personal maids. Korea suddenly feels ungrateful. You stayed and risked death on floor 66 for months. But that floor has stopped him. It begins the undead section, where specters ignore normal physical attacks. Only elemental power works. Their dark energy is so terrible that one attempt leaves you needing 3 days of rest. Even with protective items, elixirs and light weapons, he barely escapes alive. Now the top player seriously considers taking a foreign offer and changing his nationality. Korea has only about 3 months before slow progress activates the Black Tower's collapse countdown. Yoo knows the country sees him as its only hope. He also knows leaving would create panic. Instead of feeling responsible, he smiles at the thought. By the time the countdown begins, he plans to be gone. In his mind, the same citizens who praise the S++ player will watch their cities fall and finally regret failing to worship Yoo Chol-minute. Yahello knows nothing about that threat. In his player residence, staff deliver 10 fried chickens and can also handle cleaning, laundry, and errands. The building includes restaurants, cafes, a gym, karaoke, a pharmacy, and a pool. He already cleared floor 26, where the mission required 20 swamp trolls in a difficult swamp. Shadow Step made the ground manageable, and Yahello even claimed 1 kill before returning home for dinner. When Yahello brings the chicken, Kosak and Gobang ignore him. A girl group is performing on the 100-inch television, and even Yahello becomes too dazzled to complain. Over dinner, they plan the climb. The group will rush floors 27 through 29, then repeat clears for 10 days. When random summon returns, Yahello wants to enter floor 30 as a 4-person party. Kosak welcomes a new member. The Lano SSR servant could threaten his place at Yahello's side. Before floor 27, John delivers Volcano Orc leather armor. Its remaining flame aura blocks cold, exactly what the frozen mountain needs. Yahello thanks him for support built around each elite clear. Inside the tower, the armor feels like a heated room. Bare-chested Gobang says a warrior feels no cold. Kosak is almost frozen solid, but his pride will not let him accept Yahello's worn hood. He claims mana can drive the cold away. Kosak decides movement will warm him, and charges into the hunt like a man driven mad. Juhyok is so comfortable that moving feels annoying. But he still wants one personal kill. He and Gobang start following. They are too late. Cossack clears the mission before they arrive, claiming he only wanted to finish quickly for his summoner. Floor 27 earns S++, 2.7 kilograms of mana stone, another platinum badge, and an equipment reward for Juhyok. The reward is finally the Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. Juhyok is excited until he sees the worn, heavy two-handed blade. It looks worse than his mace, and he considers selling it as scrap. Then the description reveals its true value. Against undead, it raises attack power, sacred fire, mental strength, and critical hits. It is nearly useless against anything else, and needs repair after use. Yu Minute is trapped by undead enemies on floor 66, while the hidden S++ player has just received a weapon made to destroy them very soon. Juhyok has found an amazing weapon, but nobody wants it. He offers the worn holy sword to Gobang first. Gobang proudly raises his fists and says his body is the only weapon he needs. Cossack refuses to, because his custom dwarf dagger and wyvern leather gear already suit him. That leaves Juhyok holding a huge old blade with no user. Before selling it, he tries 2 swings himself. The sword drags him around, and only moments later he is bent over, sweating and unable to breathe. Cossack explains the frightening reason. Juhyok's tower strength is still blocked in the real world. If Korea's tower collapses, that limit will disappear because reality and the tower will merge. At first, more power sounds useful. Then Juhyok imagines the result: tower monsters, deadly energy, and a modern city breaking apart. The merger is not a reward for players. It is the apocalypse promised by the countdown, and every person in Korea will be trapped inside it. Meanwhile, a secret plan moves forward inside the Japanese embassy. Counselor Tomo receives a coded call. The caller says the rabbit is leaving its nest. Tomo answers that he must personally escort the rabbit, because wolves are watching. Then calmly says a typhoon will arrive soon. The target is clearly important. The observers are already close, and Japan is ready to act. Korea does not know it yet, but its greatest tower crisis has already begun. 2 days later, Korea still has only 65 cleared floors. 466 remains open, and 92 days remain. Juhyok feels uneasy, but he tells himself that the upper floors belong to stronger players. His own job is to climb safely. Floor 28 places him in a jungle where trolls hide in giant trees. Gobang simply grabs a trunk and pulls the whole tree down. As the trolls fall from the branches, Cossack cuts through them, and another hard-looking mission ends almost at once. Floor 29 is much worse to look at. Juhyok enters wearing a gas mask because 20 plague trolls are waiting in a ruined village. Their bodies are swollen with disease and leaking pus. Goban and Cossack appear beside him, yet both refuse masks. Goban says a warrior needs no protection, while SSR-ranked Cossack believes illness cannot touch him. Their mission gives them 4 hours to kill 20 targets. The 2 servants answer by charging straight into the infected crowd. Fists and daggers tear through the plague trolls so quickly that the time limit means nothing. Juhyok earns another S++, clear, 2.9 kilograms of mana stone, and the floor 29 badge. Gobang and Cossack return happily, expecting the usual party. Then Juhyok sees the foul slime covering them from head to toe. He has only just received a clean new home. With a guilty apology, he dismisses both servants on the spot. Saving Korea is important, but so is protecting the furniture. At the player bureau, Korea's second-ranked player faces a much darker problem. Nam Ga-eun is an S-class swordsman fighting on floor 62. Its dark zombies release black energy that attacks the mind and consumes anyone who gets close. Ga-eun cannot see a way through, but she refuses to run. An EAT player must protect the country. While she trains, bureau workers suddenly rush through the building. Lee Minute A is among them. Ga-eun asks what happened. Here's the answer, and her face fills with anger. Television cameras reveal the disaster. Yoo Chol-minute, Korea's top player, holds an emergency press conference. He accuses the player bureau of caring about politics while ignoring elite players. Then he says Korea has no bright future, and announces that he will leave to become a Japanese player. Joo Hyuk can only stare at the screen and shout in shock. The rabbit from the coded call is you, and Japan's secret operation is taking Korea's strongest fighter just before the national countdown. Inside the bureau office, team leader Jian asks the question nobody wants to ask. How long would Joo Hyuk need to reach the 60s and clear floor 66? From floor 29, one floor each day means at least 37 days. But upper floors can stop a player for 10 days or longer. Joo Hyuk's contract gives him the right to choose his own risk, and this plan could kill him. Jian lowers his head and apologizes. Joo Hyuk feels his fear, but he refuses to promise the impossible. Nam Daon enters the office looking for light element gear from the United States. John says worldwide demand has caused a shortage. Then Gaon notices Joo Hyuk. His secret identity is in danger, so he quickly claims that he is an item seller. To make the lie believable, he opens his inventory and presents the ugly holy sword. Gaon doubts that this damaged weapon can help her, but Joo Hyuk asks her to examine it carefully. The old blade may be useless to his servants, yet it was made for her exact enemy. The moment Gaon touches the sword, its real power appears. Against undead, it greatly raises attack strength, creates sacred fire, protects the user's mind, and increases critical damage. Every bonus directly counters the dark zombies, blocking floor 62. Gaon's doubt vanishes. Korea's proud second-ranked player grabs the young seller with both hands and begs to borrow the holy sword for one attempt. She leans close and promises that she will do anything in return. Joo Hyuk wanted a simple cover story. Instead, he may have found the first step towards saving Korea. Daeun is so excited that her mind leaves the office completely. One second she is holding a holy sword. The next she imagines walking beside Joo Hyuk at their wedding, watching fireworks on the honeymoon, and inviting him closer for a kiss. Joo Hyuk calls her again and again until she finally wakes from the dream. Red-faced but happy, Daeun confirms that he will lend her the weapon. She promises to help him with anything later, straps the old sword onto her back, and leaves for floor 62 at once. Joo Hyuk only hopes the test will give his unwanted item a decent price. Ga-hoon enters floor 62, where she must defeat 20 dark zombies within 15 hours. Death or giving up means failure. One of the undead appears inside a ruined city, wrapped in purple energy that should not belong to any living thing. Ga-hoon has felt this pressure before, and her body already wants to flee. She activates white radiance, but the holy sword produces a weaker light than the support gear that failed her in the past. The dark zombie attacks before doubt can stop her. Ga-hoon decides there is only one honest test. Fight. A player must face the enemy instead of running away. She charges and slams the holy sword into its body. Then the purple aura sweeps over her. Her limbs become heavy, her strength falls, and the same terror starts crushing her mind. For one terrible moment, nothing seems different. The expensive-looking effect may have been empty, and Ga-hoon appears ready to lose another attempt. Then the sword answers. Steadfast mind activates, and golden sacred power breaks through the zombie's dark aura. The pressure on Ga-hoon disappears. Her next strike lands as critical damage, and now she understands. The weak glow did not matter because the sword has blocked the real threat. She attacks again and again. Critical notices fill her sight while golden cuts tear the undead body apart. Seconds later, the first dark zombie is dead. The mission counter reads 1 of 20, and Ga-hoon can hardly believe how easy it was. 2 hours pass at the bureau. Team leader Juan checks his watch, and a return portal suddenly opens beside him and Joo Hyuk. Ga-hoon steps out and drinks a healing potion. Since her failed attempts often end at this time, both men think she abandoned the mission. Joo Hyuk is simply glad she survived. He asks whether the holy sword was useful, and says she can be honest if it was bad. Ga-hoon does not answer with words. She throws her arms around him, leaving the young item seller frozen in shock. Guyun thanks Juhyok and reveals the result. Floor 62 is clear. Without this sword she knows she would have failed. Even better, she believes the same weapon may make floor 66 possible. Yan celebrates because Korea has found a new path just when Yu Chominit chose Japan. He imagines the opposite result. If Yu had received the sword first, the selfish player would have taken this solution overseas with every other support item. Instead, Jion now studies Juhyok with growing wonder. The successful fight has damaged the sword in several more places. Yok asks the bureau to buy it, since Gan will need it on every undead floor. John gives a surprising answer: do not sell. Keep ownership and rent it. Hundreds of towers stand around the world and more countries will soon reach the 60s. When their strongest players meet the same undead wall, each nation will need Juhyok's weapon. John suggests a price of 10 billion won for one foreign use. Juhyok forgets how to speak. John quietly asks whether anything about the plan is wrong. Juhyok answers with two bright thumbs up. A rental business means pure profit, while the bureau manages every repair and contract. Juhyok also makes a smart deal for Korea. Gayun's first test is free, and later Korean uses will cost only 1 billion won. Foreign countries can pay the full 10 billion, as long as the bureau advertises the result worldwide. John accepts with deep thanks. And old blade Juhyok, nearly threw away, is now worth a fortune. That night the new Holy Sword Lord cooks a huge balsam feast. Kosak and Gobang almost cry because their summoner prepared the pork himself. Juhyok smiles like a true businessman, and tells them to eat 1 million won's worth. Their work has made him rich. Then every Korean news station reports the bigger victory. Gyeon cleared floor 62. Body camera footage proves the Holy Sword's power, and Korea now has a new hope for floor 66. Useol Minute is already being forgotten, and a national crisis has become an opportunity. 10 days later, Juhyok has repeated floor 28 again and again while avoiding the disgusting plague trolls. More importantly, random summon is ready. He prepares like his life depends on luck. He visits a bathhouse, trims every nail, puts on new clothes, fasts until his stomach is empty, and sets filtered water on the table as holy water. With only seconds left, he joins his hands and begs for one result. LSSR, Legend Special Super Rare. Hunger and common sense no longer matter. Kosak and Gobang watch their kneeling master pray. Kosak tries to help, but then jokes that surely another R-grade meatball will not appear. Juhyok immediately defends Gobang. That R-grade servant helped earn S++ on many floors. Gobang smiles and pulls Kosak close, making it clear the next joke may be his last. Before the argument grows, the final countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Juhyok activates random summon and begs the system for a good grade. Purple light explodes through the room. A female shape forms inside the spinning energy. The three men stare as traditional Korean clothing, a red sash, and long-tied hair appear through the glow. The woman steps forward, then kneels in a perfect formal greeting. Her name is Gyeon Da-rae, and she thanks Juhyok for summoning her. She does not call him Summoner Bong like the others. She calls him Young Master Bong. A catalog opens beside her, but both grade and type remain hidden. After all his strange rituals, Juhyok still has no idea what he summoned. The purple light fades, and the new servant kneels in a white, red, and blue robe. Her catalog finally opens. Yeon Da-rae is not the LSSR Juhyok prayed for, but she is still S rank, special super rare. Her type is human shaman. She greets young Master Bong with perfect manners. Kosak is far less calm. The deadly assassin looks at the first woman in their group and starts asking what they should do. Juhyok is also nervous because this summon feels very different from the others. Da-rae carries a ritual sword, bells, and beads. She swears to use all her strength for Juhyok. Then she catches Kosak staring. In one sharp motion, she calls him an insolent dog and threatens a severe beating for looking at a maiden with dirty eyes. Kosak insists he was only curious, but she refuses to believe him. Juhyok expects the same anger. Instead, Dalray smiles and says her young master may sit comfortably and admire her as much as he wants. Once again, normal is not an option. Her strange personality cannot hide the value of that S rank. Dalray is already equal to Cossack after his upgrade, yet even he becomes stiff under her royal presence. The complete catalog calls her the strict and serious head shaman of the Heavenly Empire's Imperial Shrine. She can remain for 5 hours and return after a 3-hour cooldown. Juhyok wonders whether his bowl of water and desperate prayer produce someone this solemn. To learn what shaped her, he opens the new servant's memories and lets blue energy carry him inside. Juhyok arrives before an ancient imperial palace. Dalray's story begins with ritual bells and a royal family. She was the daughter of Emperor Mujong, a princess who loved shamanism from childhood, and entered the imperial shrine. Then Mujong died. Her young brother took the throne, but their uncle murdered the boy and stole the crown. Grief turned Dalray's white robe red with blood. She promised revenge and prepared a death hex. Her uncle knew she was coming, so he covered the palace with magic arrays and even chose a scapegoat. Those defenses cannot stop the greatest shaman of her generation. Dalray kneels before the chief god she served since childhood, then releases the death hex with tears in her eyes. Red-black power breaks every magic array, passes the scapegoat and reaches the uncle who killed her brother. Revenge is complete, but a death curse used for a personal goal goes against heaven's will. The same power turns back on its user. Dalray dies alone after saving nobody else. Juhyok leaves the memory understanding her strict strength, but her short life gives him a bitter feeling. Juhyok tests one detail. Who founded Dalray's heavenly empire? She proudly names Gyeonghwan, the ruler who defeated the Wang and Kim clans, expanded into Old Goryeo, and changed Baekje's name. Juhyok nearly jumps out of his skin. His history also knows Gyeonghwan, but as the founder of later Baekje. Dalray confirms that her later Baekje united the three kingdoms instead of Goryeo. The past matched until that split. She comes from a parallel Earth, and Cossack's old summoner may have lived in another one too. History can wait because Juhyok has eaten nothing since yesterday. He offers ramen and gets up to cook. Cossack praises his food while Gobang waits happily. Dalray explodes. How can servants sit down while their young master prepares their meal? She orders both men into the kitchen. Cossack says they share the same SSR rank, but Dalray says he does not know his place. When she raises her bells and threatens a Yangdap curse, the fearless assassin panics. Cossack and Gobang race to cook, and Juhyok quietly enjoys his new party leader. After the meal, Dalray joins them on floor 30. Juhyok already sees one great benefit. She keeps Cossack under control. When he tells the assassin to stay back, Dalray turns the request into an order until Cossack quickly changes his words. Both fighters then promise to protect Juhyok, even if they die. That is enough for Dalray to admit their hearts are loyal, even if their manners are poor. Juhyok now has 3 powerful servants, and he plans to use the larger party to take about 10 kills for himself. The mission is much larger than before. Kill 80 trolls of any kind and 1 twin-headed troll within 13 hours. Juhyok expects Dalray to fight with a curse like the one from her past. Instead, she reaches into her robe and pulls out a portable speaker. A shamanic ritual normally needs a master drummer. But she travels alone, so modern music will keep the beat. Juhyok has no answer except to let her work. Dalray places the speaker down while huge trolls close around the group. A troll roars and charges. Dalray presses play. Green sound waves circle the speaker as she begins to dance. She raises her ritual sword, asks the gods of heaven and earth to bless young Master Bong, and orders every wicked spirit to leave. A shamanic ceremony is now running inside the Black Tower. Blue energy bursts through the forest and strikes the whole party. Juhyok grabs his head as new strength rushes into his body. This is not only a strange show. Dalray's ritual is changing everyone on the battlefield. Vopon grows larger, and his skin becomes hard like metal. One blow sends several trolls flying. Cossack's attacks become stronger, while his senses rise to a new level. The servants tear through the enemy line faster than ever. At the same time, purple energy slows every troll. Yu Shan finally understands Dao Rei's true value. She can strengthen allies and weaken enemies together, something he has never seen before. His original team was already clearing floors at S+ speed. With this S-rank shaman behind them, even a huge mission begins to look unfair. The blessing also fills Juyak with fighting spirit. Calling himself the alpha male, he charges to claim a few kills. Dao Rei catches his shirt and pulls him back. A young master should watch in comfort while lowly servants fight. Juyak even calls himself a beta male, but she will not release him. Before he can escape, the system confirms 80 trolls and the twin-headed troll are dead. 430 is clear, and Juyak got nothing. He complains loudly, then turns and finds the strict Dao Rei crying because she believes she failed her master. Dao Rei's tears are not about a failed mission. She was afraid Juyak might die. The thought of losing another person makes her ask why everyone always disappears. Juyak finally understands how foolish he has been. Dao Rei lost her father, then the uncle she trusted murdered her younger brother. She used a death hex while knowing it could kill her too. Isolation, fear, and despair filled her final days. Now the same fear returns whenever her new master moves toward danger, even if he only wants one troll. Yuck realizes an important truth. Summons are not tools to judge by grade, they are people with thoughts, memories, and emotions. Dao Rei's strict behavior may only be a wall hiding her weakness. He pats her head and promises not to go anywhere dangerous. Dao Rei begins to calm down. Then Cossack and Go Bang return from the completed hunt. Cossack sees the crying princess and thinks Juyak punished her for treating him badly. Dao Rei answers by driving his blood-covered body far away from her precious young master. The party leaves the tower, and Juyak dismisses everyone for a well-earned rest. Then the 30 platinum badges unlock another perk. A glowing hourglass appears in his tower inventory. An item skill cooldown reset ticket. This is a huge reward. It can refresh random summon, and give him another servant immediately. Juyak nearly uses it, but his current team already has more than enough power. Instead of wasting the ticket on simple curiosity, he decides to save it for a future moment, when the situation feels truly hopeless. For now, Juyak even doubts that such a crisis will come. Korean news soon gives him another reason to feel safe. Namgaan has cleared floor 63. The broadcast shows her cutting through skeletons with the holy sword. Management Head Park explains that once the dark aura is removed, undead enemies are little different from normal monsters. Then he makes a national promise. Korea will clear floor 66 within 1 month. The country has moved from panic to confidence in only a few days, all because Juyak found one unwanted sword. The reporter asks about the fear created by Yu Chol-min's defection. Park answers with one more announcement. Korea may rent the holy sword around the world, but not to the country Yu now represents. In Japan, Yu hears every word. He screams, breaks the television, and attacks the rune. If Korea owned this weapon, he says, they should have supported him from the start. Then he could have cleared everything for them. Yu refuses to admit that he abandoned the nation before the sword's true value became known. A Japanese official enters the ruined room and asks when Yu will clear floor 57. Japan once promised he could take his time, but that promise has changed. Since the country cannot rent Korea's weapon, senior leaders want fast results from their expensive new player. Yu agrees to enter tomorrow. The official also orders a live television appearance to calm the public, which is already turning against him. Yu accepts again. He escaped Korea to receive royal treatment, yet Japan is already pushing him exactly like the bureau he hated. When the official leaves, Yu stands in the broken room and curses both countries. More than anything, he wants the unknown person who found the holy sword. If he catches that person, he promises something terrible. Back in Korea, the internet tells a different story. Gahyun's floor 63 clear becomes the day's biggest video. People watch her freely swing the great sword, ask who owns the world's first holy item, and celebrate the mystery player, helping from the shadows. Juhak's name stays secret, but his influence is now impossible to hide. Comments compare Gaeon's 2-hour result with Yu's 12-hour record. Others celebrate another S++ global notice from Korea, and mock the man who left too early. Juhyok reads everything with a red face while his servants watch. Then a delivery arrives with 10 heavy tubs of premium ice cream. In the past, Juhyok walked past this brand while swallowing his desire. Now 1 billion won from the Holy Sword will soon enter his account. He fills the freezer and proudly tells himself that Bon Juhyok has finally grown. Juhyok opens a tub, but nobody touches the food. Since Dalray joined, every servant waits for their young master to take the first bite. Once he does, Kosak and Gobang attack the ice cream with joy. Dalray calls their open excitement common and foolish. A proper person must control every visible emotion, no matter how happy the heart feels. She raises one careful spoon like a royal princess and tastes the sweet cream. For a moment, her perfect manners remain. Then her eyes begin to shine brighter than the summoning light. Dalray suddenly cries, "So good!" Kosak catches the expression and points out that it was more excited than anything he did. She coughs and changes the subject, saying even the royal palace never served food this sweet. Juhyok promises to buy her more. Before her 5-hour limit ends, Dalray offers a ritual for good fortune or protection. She asks what is troubling her master. Juhyok has one answer: Yu Minute, the scoundrel who took Korea's support and left the nation in danger. Dalray burns with anger. A strong man should serve the nation, yet used his power to abandon his own people and join Japan. She demands an object he used, so she can punish him. Juhyok stops her. A death hex returns harm to its caster, and he will not let Dalray suffer for someone like you. She is deeply moved, but explains that this is a different ritual. There will be no backlash and no direct attack. Dalray will simply send you the result of something he created himself: his karma. Karma means the consequences of Yu's past actions will arrive early. If his deeds were good, good fortune may come. If they were evil, misfortune will answer. Heaven judges, and Dalray receives no damage. Juhyok happily agrees. Soon Kosak returns through blue light with the needed object, a remote from Yu's old television. Team leader John provided the address, and Yu left his furniture behind when he fled. The SSR assassin entered the empty home without being caught. Now Dalray has a direct link to the traitor. Dalray places the remote on a ritual table and cuts her finger. With her blood, she marks the object and calls the gods of heaven and earth. If Yu's karma is a mountain, let it crumble today. If it is a river, let it overflow. She places his burden on the divine scales and commands heaven to weigh it. Energy cracks around the remote. Then Dalray announces that judgment is complete. At the same moment, Yu walks onto a live Japanese stage. If his sins are heavy, Dalray warns, a great misfortune will fall on him. Yu Minute walks onto Japanese television as Dalray's ritual begins working. The host presents him as Japan's greatest player, and the studio gives him loud applause. An interpreter sits nearby, but Yu already knows exactly what image he wants to sell. He says he will challenge Floor 57 early, not because the deadline is close, but because worried Japanese citizens need hope. Audience members cry over his kindness. To them, Yu is the powerful new citizen who chose Japan and will save the country from its Black Tower. The host asks him to place safety first, because Japan already lost its former top player. Yu laughs at the concern. When he was only level 57, he cleared this mission in 8 hours. Now he is level 66, so he promises a 5-hour record. As long as Yu Minute is here, he says, Japan is safe. He will prove it immediately. The crowd cheers while he activates the tower transfer from the studio. 5 confident words follow him into the light. Japan's new hero cannot fail. Floor 57 opens across high cliffs filled with flying monsters. Yu's abilities activate, and the mission orders him to kill 15 fire wyverns within 14 hours. These creatures eat ogres and rule the sky below, only true dragons. Yet Yu feels no fear. He repeated this floor many times in Korea, and learned every pattern. Failure should be impossible. Then a sudden chill passes through him. Yu stops and wonders whether he is in poor condition today. He does not know that heaven has just weighed his karma. Yu decides to finish quickly and rest. He summons a bow and follows the basic rule of solo raids. Always turn the fight into 1 against 1. Several giant monsters could threaten even a high-level player, so he aims at isolated targets. A fire wyvern dives. A normal archer would create distance, but Yu's all-weapon trait lets him change to a sword if the enemy gets close. For now he fires one huge purple arrow, with perfect range and force. Every part of the attack matches the calculations he has used before. The arrow strikes a claw and bounces away. You cannot understand it. His calculation contained no error. He changes to sword and shield, but the failed shot has already created a harder fight. A second wyvern joins the first. Yu believes 2 are still manageable, and after a difficult battle both bodies hit the ground. Then he notices the next impossible result. Not one critical hit appeared during the whole fight. The man who promised a 5-hour record has already spent extra strength overcoming bad luck he cannot explain. Yu prepares his bow again, and promises not to lower his guard. He aims carefully. At that exact second, something small touches his nose, and he sneezes. The arrow flies far from its target, crossing the air beside several other wyverns. 3 monsters turn together and dive toward him. Yu's best rule was to avoid groups, yet one harmless sneeze has created a 3-on-1 battle. He looks up at their wings and knows this is too much, but the live broadcast is waiting. Returning early would destroy the proud image he just built. Giving up is not an option. Then all 3 fire wyverns prepare breath at the same time. The skill damages their bodies, so they rarely use it at all. 3 together should be almost impossible. Yu has no time to calculate cooldowns. He spends every ultimate skill and finishing move while fire fills the battlefield. Purple blade energy cuts through the monsters, and somehow he survives. 5 wyverns lie dead after almost 1 hour. Exhausted and burned, Yu decides the unlucky group fight may actually help him finish faster. A 6th wyvern is nearly dead. 1 more hit will finish it, and a 4-hour record now seems possible. The wounded monster makes a weak final attack. Yu smiles because it has no strength left. This is a textbook situation where no skilled player can make a mistake. He steps backward to counter. Crack, something breaks under his boot. Yu looks down and all confidence leaves his face. He has stepped on a fire wyvern egg at the exact moment it was ready to hatch. The easy final attack is no longer the real danger. Baby wyverns crawl out beside Yu's legs and begin screaming. These creatures normally lay eggs in high places. The chance of finding a nest on the ground was tiny. The chance of stepping on it during hatching was even smaller. Then a roaming flock hears the babies. Fire wyverns fill the sky and dive to protect them. Yu remembers the missed arrow, the sneeze, and 1 full hour without a critical hit. Every impossible event has joined into one disaster. He screams that none of this makes sense as the angry flock attacks. Yu raises a barrier, but he knows he cannot win. Public shame is better than death. He abandons the mission and returns to the studio while idols are still chanting for their hero. The audience stops in confusion. When the host asks for the result, Yu's control finally breaks, and he screams that everything is unfair. News reports soon call him a fraud and announce a second secret failure 2 days later. At the same time, Gowon clears Korea's floor 64 in 3 hours. Yu's fall and Korea's rise now appear together. Across the ocean, the United States sees profit. Player Gerald wants the Holy Sword for repeated tests on floor 66, and Homeland Security approves an official rental request. Then Japan secretly contacts the same department. Yu failed so badly that the government wants temporary citizenship for an American player. Secretary McMillan says this is possible, but help will not be cheap. He plans to delay talks until Japan's collapse deadline creates panic. Then the United States can demand more money and make Japan cover even the Holy Sword rental fee. Yu's karma has become an international business deal. Yu's fall is no longer a single bad day. Japanese news reports several failures in a row, and even experts cannot explain what happened to their famous player. Public anger grows with every new defeat. Back in the apartment, Dao watches without surprise. Karma has only brought Yu the result of his own actions more quickly. Juhyok almost feels sorry for him, but then he remembers the lies, the fake news, and the rewards Yu accepted after betraying Korea. He has little reason to cry for this man. Juhyok has a different problem now. He needs Dao permission to fight on floor 32. His strongest weapon is not a sword. It is premium ice cream. Kosak and Gobang have tested 30 flavors, and proudly found the best 5, so they look crushed when their master tries to eat alone with Dao. Juhyok finally offers 3 tubs, and the deal is made. A moment later, the joke is over. The tower orders him to defeat 20 Stage 2 Minotaurs, and these monsters are already about 4 meters tall. The Minotaurs will keep growing on every floor, until their king reaches about 6 meters. Even Gobang looks small beside that future enemy. Juhyok feels fear when the first Stage 2 monster stands over him, but he worked too hard for Dao's approval to run away now. His team moves first. Dao gives powerful support from the rear. Gobang throws the nearby monsters aside and opens a path. Kosak stays ready to save his master. With all 3 protecting him, Juhyok charges with blue power around his mace. Then, he releases Falling Thunderflash. Juhyok shoots across the battlefield and drives his mace under a Minotaur's chin with shocking speed. The skill carries both great force and fast movement, but its long cooldown means he cannot depend on it for every target. Even so, he personally catches 3 of the huge creatures. Buffed by Dao, Gobang, and Kosak, remove the other 17. The system gives Juhyok an S++, rating for both the mission and his time. His perfect hidden record continues, but the Bureau is watching. The next day, Gaeun returns through a portal at the Player Management Bureau. An employee sees her so soon, and assumes floor 65 was too hard. He gently tells her that she can try again. Gaeun calmly corrects him. She already cleared it in 6 hours. Better still, she plans to attack floor 66 in only 3 days. Jeon and Lee compare her growth with the unknown player Bon. Could Bon simply have less talent? Lee says no. A man with 32 S++ results, even after losing his sword, cannot be normal. Right in the middle of their talk, the live record changes. Floor 33 has just been cleared with another S++ rating. Bon now has 33 perfect results in a row. Lee can no longer call this luck or simple talent. Somewhere else, the man they are hunting has a much more ordinary concern. Dao gives Juhyok a special talisman. It blocks how other people see the summons, just as similar charms once protected the late emperor. With it hidden in his clothes, Juhyok can finally take his strange family into the city. The timing is perfect, because another Holy Sword payment has reached Juhyok's bank account. He briefly imagines the easy life of a rich man, then chooses a better reward: dinner for everyone. On a crowded street, a little girl stares straight at the 3-meter Gobang. Juhyok freezes, certain that the disguise failed. But the girl smiles and calls him cute. To her, the giant warrior looks like a friendly bear mascot. Relieved, Juhyok leads his servants into an expensive beef restaurant, and orders them to eat without limits. Then the 12 million won bill arrives. That costly meal soon becomes useful motivation. On floor 34, the mission is to defeat 20 Stage 4 Minotaurs. Each one stands almost 6 meters tall. Juhyok can barely see past the monster's legs, so attacking its head seems impossible. Kosak offers to handle the danger, but he first makes his master promise to catch only one target himself. Juhyok agrees at once. He will still fight, yet he needs a way to reach the weak point. Then he looks at Gobang and remembers exactly how much beef that giant just ate. Juhyok tells Gobang to lock his fingers together and crouch. The idea is simple. Juhyok will use those hands as a step, and Gobang will throw him straight toward the Minotaur's head. Gobang happily accepts the job, ready to earn his dinner. Juhyok runs, plants one foot on the giant's hands, and gives the order. The launch is far stronger than expected. He flies above the Minotaur, and keeps rising until the whole battlefield looks tiny below him. Only then does one clear thought enter his mind. He has completely ruined his plan. As Juhyok begins to fall, panic almost takes control. Then he remembers the strange feeling he had while learning Shadow Step. During that trance, it felt as if his feet touched empty air. He focuses all his attention below one shoe and pushes mana into the soul. A bright blue foothold appears in the sky. His foot lands, and the fall stops. The system finally names the completed skill, Shadow Step. Juhyok kicks forward, creates another step, and laughs in disbelief. He is no longer falling toward the giant. He is running through the air to attack it. Juhyok does not stop after creating one step. Blue paths appear beneath him, as he changes direction again and again in the open sky. Far below, his three summons can hardly believe what they see. Dao Rei calls it cloud walking, and Gobang simply says that his master is walking above them. Cossack remembers an old lesson from his former captain. When Shadow Step reaches its highest level, a fighter can walk across the sky. Cossack once called that story a scam. Now, Juhyok is proving every word, and even the proud assassin admits that his master's talent is immense. There is still one serious problem. Juhyok is moving so fast that he may miss the Minotaur's head. He cannot test the skill safely, so he chooses the only answer left: attack. Bolt and lightning gathers around his mace as he activates the third form of Primal Lightning Staff, Falling Thunderflash. He drives the weapon down into the giant's head with enough force to break the stone below. Then he uses the attack's recoil to land instead of crashing. Cossack and Gobang shout with joy. Dao Rei begs him to be careful, and the team quickly clears every remaining target. Floor 34 ends with another S++ rating, a level up, 3.4 kilograms of mana stone, and one shocking normal reward: a summon grade-up rune. Cossack explains that it can raise a summon as high as SSR, though the rare LSSR rank is different. Gobang does not care about ranks yet. He only asks if they can eat Korean beef again. Cossack scolds him for the huge bill, until the loyal giant looks completely broken. Juhyok cannot leave him like that. He gives Gobang the rune. Gobang cries, thanks his master, and nearly crushes him in a hairy hug. While Gobang begins his upgrade, a far darker plan forms in China. The Special Information Department still cannot clear Floor 59. More than half of the foreign players it forced to change nationality have disappeared inside the tower, and some chose death instead of returning. Deputy Director Shao Jun calls them useless and opens a stolen list of South Korea's elite players. He orders his officer to choose a recently contracted rookie whose name will not attract attention. The target must be brought to China, and no evidence can remain. Unlike Japan, Shao says, China will not ask openly. It will simply kidnap the player it needs. 2 days pass, and Gobang still cannot be summoned. To save money after the beef disaster, the group eats ramen every day, but Juhyok can barely think about food. Gobang's name remains in the catalog with one warning: unable to summon. Cossack explains that an upgrade changes the soul and can fail so badly that the summon is deleted forever. Juhyok turns white. Dao Rei quickly stops the panic. If Gobang were gone, his name would also be gone. A long delay can mean something much better. In rare cases, a pure soul jumps 2 or more ranks. Gobang may return as an SSR. That possibility creates another problem. A stronger Gobang may become even larger, and Dao Rei already needs her own room. Juhyok may have to move again. At a cafe, nearby customers discuss Gayun's Floor 66 raid, which will happen tomorrow. Everyone expects the Holy Sword to make victory easy. Then Juhyok's phone rings. Team leader John congratulates player Bon on his record-breaking 34th S++, clear, and suddenly mentions Yu's former penthouse. Juhyok fears the Bureau discovered Cossack's secret visit, but John has a very different offer. The department wants to give Juhyok the luxury home for free. The penthouse is a thank you for renting out the Holy Sword so cheaply. Juhyok promises to think about it, then asks his summons for advice. Cossack has seen the home, and calls it magnificent, especially the rooftop garden where they could grow lettuce for beef. Dalray says such a home suits her young master's position. Cossack still refuses. In his view, capitalism is cold, and every free gift creates a future payment. Juhak imagines the bureau coming back with a desperate request. After accepting a home, could a soft-hearted man like him really say no? He already knows the answer. So, Juhak makes a proud decision. He will buy the penthouse with his own money. He expects a price near 2 billion won. With the next Holy Sword payment, he will have 4 billion, so this should be easy. Then the property page loads. The market price is 20 billion won. Juhak counts the digits again, but the result does not change. His confident smile dies at once. He hides the truth from Cossack and announces that they should go home. Suddenly, a bid apartment sounds terrible. It means cleaning, high fees, garden insects, and a bathroom far away at night. As the group leaves, Cossack's smile disappears. 2 men nearby look ordinary, but his old assassin instincts catch what everyone else misses. Their hands carry scars and the thick scent of blood. Their clothes hide guns. Cossack knows their kind because he once lived the same life. These men kill for money, and each has probably taken dozens of lives. Their position near Juhak's studio apartment cannot be a coincidence. Someone has sent trained killers close to the one person Cossack has sworn to protect. If they are only watching today, they may attack tomorrow. Cossack silently activates Mark of Tracking and tags them with blue energy. The killers keep walking without feeling the mark settle on them. When Juhak calls him, Cossack acts normal and follows. He wants proof before he worries the kind master who gave Gobang such a precious rune. For now, Cossack will smile, watch the marks, and keep this threat secret. While Juhak waits for Gobang's upgrade, Gaon prepares for Korea's most important raid. The Holy Sword can remove the dark aura around undead enemies, but she refuses to depend on one weapon. In a quiet training room, she imagines the whole floor. Dark mummies, zombies, skeletons, ghouls, and an entire undead legion. She has already cut down hundreds of them to reach this point. When the mental training ends, Gaon stands without fear. The bureau workers wish her luck, and she walks toward floor 66 alone. More undead fill Gaon's mind, but her answer remains the same. Keep cutting until nothing moves. The system transfers her into the Black Tower, where the real horde closes from every side. Gaon raises the Holy Sword and releases a huge burst of light. Every swing removes darkness, yet the number of enemies seems endless. This is not a quick mission built on one lucky item. It is a test of the body and mind she trained for years. Deep inside the tower, Korea's strongest active player fights for a country that is waiting in silence. 10 hours later, the portal opens. Gaon returns exhausted, breathing hard, but still standing with the Holy Sword in her hand. Then the system delivers the result everyone needed. Floor 66 has been cleared. Korea's tower advances to floor 67, buying another 6 months before collapse. For one silent second, the officials simply stare. Then the whole room explodes with cheers. A manager orders the press release sent at once. The people outside have spent half a year holding their breath, and tonight they can finally sleep without fear. News spreads across the country. Comments call Gaon a hero, praise her loyalty, and compare her with you, the man who ran to Japan. But Gaon refuses to claim the victory alone. On television, she thanks the citizens, and once again thanks the unknown person who lent her the Holy Sword. Yuhens watches from home and smiles. He knew she could do it. Korea is safe for 6 more months, which gives him enough time to climb at his own pace. Still, sitting before a screen makes him want to fight again. Du Haok checks the summon catalog, and his eyes widen. Gobang's unavailable warning is gone. He immediately calls Savage Meat Shield and waits to see whether his friend reached Senior or SSR. The system confirms the summon, but the person who appears is not a 3-meter giant. A slim, handsome man kneels in the room. Dalray stops in the middle of her welcome, and Juhyok asks the obvious question. Who is this stranger? The man says he feared he would never return, and thanks Juhyok with the same deep loyalty Gobang always showed. The catalog gives the answer. This is an SSR Savage Meat Shield from the Great Plains tribe. Gobang jumped 2 full ranks, and his body changed with his soul. Cossack and Dalray are summoned, but both fear Juhyok has shown their secret to an outsider. Juhyok tells them the truth, and neither can believe it. Dalray explains that such a major upgrade can change a summon greatly. Still, they need proof. They ask the stranger to recite the 3 laws of the summoned. If his memory is the same, then the man must truly be Gobang. Gobang begins Law 1 slowly. The summon must protect the summoner's life. Then Law 2 arrives, and his mind goes empty. He struggles with the words exactly as the old Gobang would. Everyone relaxes. No stranger could copy that honest confusion so perfectly. With their friend back, Juhyok suggests a farming mission on floor 34. Gobang agrees at once. The group enters the ruined arena, and the new SSR steps forward. He tells the others to remain beside his master. After waiting days for this body, Gobang wants to learn what it can do. Juhyok is worried. Gobang used to stand 3 meters tall, but his new normal body is only about 190 centimeters. Can someone that small still protect the team from stage 4 minotaurs? Juhyok asks Cossack to go with him and Dalray to prepare a buff. Gobang refuses both. He wants to test his evolved strength alone, and asks Juhyok to trust SSR Gobang. That request is impossible to reject. Juhyok gives permission, but he orders Cossack to move at once if there is danger. Gobang then walks straight towards several giant monsters. Instead of hunting one minotaur, Gobang makes noise and draws every nearby enemy toward him. The monsters turn, roar, and charge together. Juhyok cannot understand why his tank would create so much danger on purpose. Then Gobang plants his feet. Power pours from his body as the first attack closes in. Cossack realizes a transformation has begun. At first, it looks like Gobang is returning to his old shape, but he does not stop growing. His muscles expand, his frame rises, and the small handsome man becomes a giant almost equal to the minotaurs. SSR Gobang is larger and sturdier than he ever was at R rank. The minotaurs strike from every side, but his transformed body takes the force like a wall. Then he attacks. He catches enemies that once looked huge, throws them across the arena, and crushes them with direct blows. The difference is not only size. Gobang controls the battle with confidence and uses his strength at the right moment. Juhyok watches in shock. The rune did not replace the old tank with a smaller warrior. It gave Gobang a compact normal form and a monstrous battle form. Even Cossack admits that Gobang's fighting style looks amazing now. Then jealousy returns. Cossack used a rune too, so why did Gobang receive twice the effect? He calls the upgrade broken and demands that someone cancel it. Dalray angrily scolds him for thinking about himself when Juhyok has become safer. Juhyok stops her. Cossack always treats Dalray with respect, so she should not call him a cur. Her shouting also frightens Juhyok. Dalray accepts the correction at once, and the punishment is simple. She must speak to Cossack politely from now on. While the others settle their argument, Gobang finishes the mission alone. They turn back to find defeated minotaurs covering the field and their giant friend roaring in victory. Juhyok can hardly believe the new durability and destructive power. This is nothing like R-rank Gobang. The system confirms another clear, and Gobang returns without serious damage. To him, floor 34 was far too easy. He wants stronger enemies and endless battles. Juhyok finally understands what this upgrade means. S++ clears will no longer depend on narrow escapes. With SSR Gobang leading the way, the whole party can climb faster than ever. Gobang's upgrade solved the party's power problem, but not his table manners. The new handsome warrior still attacks food like a wild animal and splashes it everywhere. Juhyok wonders whether anything inside him truly changed. Kosak, meanwhile, sits without eating. He claims he has things to consider, but Dalray sees the truth. He is jealous of Gobang's amazing upgrade. Kosak denies it. A stronger tank makes Juhyok safer, so he should be happy. Juhyok says nothing harsh. He simply saves Kosak one piece of food, and that small kindness deeply touches the assassin. When Juhyok asks if he needs anything else, Kosak makes a strange request. His manifestation time will end soon, and after the 3-hour cooldown, he wants to be summoned again around midnight. Why? Kosak says there is an overseas football match he must watch live. Juhyok never knew he liked football, but Kosak insists that he loves it. His master agrees without suspicion. Then Juhyok announces a visit to the Awakening Management Department. All 3 summons beg to come because the outside world feels dangerous. Juhyok refuses. Only registered players can enter the building. Juhyok leaves his worried family behind and arrives at the bureau in a limousine. He still finds uncomfortable. Team leader John welcomes him, and the first business is simple. Juhyok brought 54 kilograms of mana stones from repeated farming. The bureau pays 27 million won immediately. He congratulates John on Gaun's floor 66 victory, but John gives the credit back to the Holy Sword owner. Then he raises the penthouse again. Juhyok refuses to accept such an expensive home for free. He will earn the money and buy a place himself, no matter how long it takes. John promises to keep the penthouse empty, just in case. Then his tone changes. An important visitor will arrive in Korea within days. Gerald Watson, the world's highest-level known player. Gerald is a magic swordsman from the United States, and his reason for coming has nothing to do with friendship. He wants to rent the Holy Sword. The proposed fee is 10 million for one use. Juhyok first assumes John means one, but the official figure uses a much larger currency. The American government is offering $10 million for a single trip into the tower. $10 million is about 13 billion won. Juhyok's face darkens from pure shock. But June reads the reaction completely wrong. He thinks the owner is unhappy with the price, and offers to delay negotiations until America pays more. Juhyok nearly screams. What if pride destroys the deal? What if another holy weapon appears tomorrow? 13 billion is already beyond his dreams. He tells John to stop bargaining and accept the offer. The money is not a small step toward the penthouse. It can pay for most of the 20 billion won home, after only one rental. On the way home the number keeps repeating in Juhyok's head. 13 billion won. His 2 billion won salary now feels like pocket money. He wants to tell his mother that her son finally made it. Hunger brings even more wild thoughts. Chicken, pig's feet, beef, raw beef, and tuna all sound possible now. He could order everything. Instead, Juhyok chooses ramen. The luxury meal can wait until his summons share it. At midnight he keeps his promise and calls Kosak again. The assassin reports with his usual loyalty, apparently ready for a quiet football game. Juhyok is tired from walking all day, and says he will not be awake when Kosak leaves. He tells him to enjoy the game, then falls asleep. Only after the apartment becomes silent does Kosak reveal the truth. He did not ask for midnight because of football. The tracking marks on the 2 suspicious killers have no physical form, and no human on Earth can detect their tiny magic. All day, those marks showed the men watching Juhyok's home. Now Kosak follows their trail through the night, furious that anyone dared spy on his master. The trail ends at a false traditional massage business. Kosak enters without a sound. Inside, the Chinese unit is already selecting targets from South Korea's elite teams. They want lesser-known rookies whose disappearance will not create immediate trouble. Then they reach Bong Juhyok, age 25, contracted a little over 2 months ago, believed to be in the high 20s. Captain Deng Guanlin approves him. This operation can happen only once, so the soldiers plan to kidnap as many players as possible within the next hour. They have no idea that one target's summon is already listening. Before Deng can finish the attack order, a guard shouts that an intruder is in the hallway. Armed men rush out with orders to kill him. Cossack is not hiding anymore. He is inside the command room, calmly holding Ju Hyeok's file and admiring his master's photograph. One soldier wonders how the stranger passed every guard. Cossack does not answer. He is too busy looking at the picture. When the unit interrupts, he insults them like noisy children. More guns rise around him, but the SSR assassin's relaxed smile never changes. These men have already made their final mistake. The soldiers storm the room and demand Cossack's identity. Deng orders them to shoot at once. Barrels point from every side, yet Cossack asks why they are in such a hurry. Every person in this base is going to die tonight anyway. The Chinese agents think they chose an unknown young player who would vanish without trouble. They never understood what stands beside him. Ju Hyok may be gentle, but his summons are not. Cossack's eyes shine with cold blue light as he gives the reason for this death sentence. They nest with someone they should never have touched. Deng gives the order, and every gun fires. Cossack moves before the bullets can reach him. One agent falls, then another. When soldiers try to grab his arms, Cossack cuts through them, and jokes that they no longer have hands to use. These are elite assassins trained by the Chinese military, yet he treats them like children. A survivor watches in horror as the intruder crosses the room without slowing. The attack was meant to remove several unknown Korean players in 1 hour. Instead, the whole operation begins to die in less than 1 minute. Deng searches for an answer. Is Cossack a Korean intelligence agent, or a secret soldier? No. This power looks like the superhuman strength seen in Black Tower raid videos. But even if Cossack is a player, no player should use those abilities outside the tower. The commander never reaches the truth. Cossack announces that only one man remains, and walks toward him through the ruined base. Then his voice becomes almost friendly. He asks whether Deng speaks Korean and offers a simple deal. Say, "I'm sorry," and Cossack will let him live. Deng begins the apology, desperate to survive. Cossack attacks before the sentence ends. Mercy was never real. He asks the dying commander whether he even understands whom he dared to threaten. Soon, every member of the kidnapping team is dead. Only then does Cossack face a danger that scares him. Ju Hyeok's judgment. His master already warned him not to kill people on his own. If this massacre is discovered, an uncontrollable party member could be thrown away. Cossack imagines begging for forgiveness. Still, he cannot abandon the deadly signature he has kept throughout his life. The next morning, Ju Hyok innocently asks whether Cossack enjoyed the football match. Cossack says, "It was wonderful." There is one problem. Every snack in the fridge remains untouched. Cossack quickly claims that the match was so exciting, he forgot to eat. Ju Hyok accepts the lie and even offers to summon him for future games. The assassin survives the question, but there is no time to relax. Today is floor 35, the last stage of the Minotaur section. Gobang is ready. Daorei promises support, and Cossack loudly declares that he will kill every enemy himself. The mission requires normal Minotaurs and the Minotaur King. When the party arrives, horned monsters cover the ruined field. Ju Hyok asks for Daorei's buffs, and power spreads across the team. Gobang grows into his giant SSR combat form. Cossack sees him and charges first. After losing all attention on the previous floor, he wants to prove what a true SSR can do. The need is deeper than simple pride. Gobang has become both stronger and more useful, and Cossack cannot forget that another summon will soon compete for one of only 3 active places. Cossack pushes himself faster and attacks with far more force than needed. Ju Hyok notices this strange behavior. Gobang kindly offers him safety behind the tank line, but that only makes Cossack angrier. He refuses and rushes another Minotaur. The competition has one useful result. With both SSR summons fighting at full power, the number of enemies falls at a crazy speed. Ju Hyok does not want to watch from behind. He hurries forward to catch a few targets himself. although the careful Wimp still chooses weak enemies while calling himself a great airborne shadow step prodigy. Yuzhok attacks with full confidence, and the normal minotaurs vanish almost immediately. Then a far larger shadow enters the arena. The Minotaur King has appeared already, even though the fight seems to have just started. This 6-meter boss should be the final challenge of the entire section. Cossack sees his chance to prove his value. Gobang sees the target first. The giant tank moves between the boss and his master, catches its charge and delivers one overwhelming counter. Before Cossack can prepare a finishing strike, the king is already falling. The Minotaur King is knocked out in one exchange. Yuzhok praises Gobang's game-breaking strength, while Cossack stands behind him in silence. He wanted the boss. He needed that victory. Instead, Gobang stole the moment again. The system awards an S++ clear and Yuzhok's 35th platinum badge. Elsewhere, authorities enter the destroyed massage business and discover a hidden Chinese operations base. Team leader Juan and Section Chief Li arrive to inspect the evidence. The dead agents are disturbing, but the files they left behind may be even more dangerous. Jiang confirms that the target records came from inside the Awakening Management Department. Someone leaked protected player information, and even Bon Juhyok's name appears in the enemy files. Jiang orders an emergency meeting of every executive. Back at home, the endangered player knows none of this. He is focused on the perk from his 35th badge. Juhyok considers praying with water from the dispenser. Dalray warns that it is not purified, and may bring bad luck. Juhyok almost reminds her that the same water summoned her, then wisely keeps the thought to himself. Juhyok opens the perk without prayer and hopes for trade enhancement. Instead, 2 indestructible tower items appear. The golden Haegis of Warm Dawn raises defense and focus, creates blinding light, reflects some attacks, and keeps its user calm. The golden Mace of Cold Twilight raises speed and range, freezes targets, and may cover the ground in ice. Juhyok loves both weapons. His summons do not. Better gear will make their already bold master take more risks. They joke about the bad dispenser water, but the joke leads to a much more serious worry. The next random summon is close. Soon there will be 4 servants, but Juhyok can still manifest only 3 at one time. Without trade enhancement, 1 person must stay behind. Gobang is now an excellent tank and damage dealer. Dalray's support can change an entire battle. Cossack compares those clear roles with his own assassin skills and feels the answer closing around him. He already failed to defeat the Minotaur King. He already watched Gobang receive all the praise. Worse, his greatest work happens in secret. Juhyok does not know that Cossack stopped the kidnapping, and Cossack cannot explain it without admitting that he killed every agent. The act that proved his loyalty may also be the act that gets him dismissed. If the new summon is more useful, then the person removed from Juhyok's side will obviously be Cossack. He says nothing to the others, but his fear grows with every second. The assassin who walked through bullets without shaking is now terrified of one future system message. For the first time, raw strength cannot solve his problem. The choice belongs to the gentle master whose safety means more to Cossack than his own life. Cossack can only wait and trust him. Cossack's fear finally enters the open. If the 4th summon is more useful, 1 current servant must step aside. Gobang and Dalray agree that an unnecessary member should withdraw for their master's sake. Cossack hates how easy that is for them to say, when both believe their places are safe. Still, he cannot reject the logic. He searches for another path and suggests rushing toward floor 40. Perhaps the special perk there will be trait enhancement, allowing Juhyok to manifest 4 servants before the random summon arrives. Dalray stops him. Only Juhyok may decide when to risk an uncleared floor. Could Cossack really watch his master suffer just to save 1 servant's place? Cossack lowers his head and says he will leave gracefully. Juhyok immediately interrupts. Nobody said Cossack must go. If a perfect shield knight appeared, would Gobang leave? If a saint appeared, would Dalray disappear? Juhyok gives his answer. He would rather stop climbing than cut anyone from this family. This exact team will stay together until the tower is finished. Cossack breaks down in relief. Juhyuk still wants 4 simultaneous summons, but he promises a safer rush. He will remain in the rear and kill no monsters himself. Dalray will support, Goban will protect, and Cossack can attack without fearing replacement. Elsewhere, the Korean government studies the massacre that saved them. Intelligence officials confirm that the 8 dead men were highly trained soldiers planning to kidnap national elite players. The true Holy Sword owner was one target. Losing him could have damaged the country beyond measure. Every member of the kidnapping unit is dead, so there is no direct witness. Even so, the officials suspect China. Its secret capture of talented players around the world is already an open secret. They order a complete search for local helpers and surviving agents. One official almost feels thankful to the unknown killer who stopped the plan. The next day, Juhyuk enters floor 36 with no idea that he was a target. Ogres smell the humans and rush forward. They are smaller and faster than minotaurs, but Gobang is faster and stronger still. Dalray binds the whole ogre group with one wide area debuff. Cossack, desperate to prove his value, destroys the trapped enemies with frightening energy. Floor 36 ends with S++. Then the party moves again. Floor 37 brings ogres that move near light speed. Floor 38 brings powerful jumpers attacking from the sky. Neither change matters. Gobang blocks every path. Dalray controls the field, and Cossack removes the targets. Yohei keeps his promise in the rear, while his 3 servants carry him through one dangerous stage after another. On the following day, floor 39 tests them with the quickest ogres yet. The monsters attack and retreat in short bursts, trying to waste the time limit. Goban is still faster. Another S++ appears, completing 5 perfect clears in a row from floors 35 through 39. The public notices the sudden rush. Online posts compare the unknown record holder with Ga-eun and call the speed insane. Some users worry that the hidden player is overdoing it. They are right about the pace, but wrong about who is carrying the danger. Juhyuk has not attacked once. Before 4:40, Juhyuk needs every bit of luck he can find. At 4 in the morning, he slips past the office tel's newly increased security. The identity-obscuring talisman lowers every guard's suspicion, so nobody stops him. He pays a taxi driver extra for a fast trip to Gwangju's traditional market. There he summons Cossack, accidentally pulling him from the bathroom, and gives him another disguise charm. Together they buy food and ritual supplies. Then they leave the city and travel toward the remote paths of Gyeongsan National Park. At the mountain, Juhyuk summons Goban and Dalray. Goban takes every heavy bag, and Dalray guides them by the shape of the land. This world is different from hers, yet the mountains still lead her to the same hidden place. They leave the public trail and enter a beautiful quiet area. Beneath one huge rock, Goban finds an old stone altar. The party cleanse it with water collected from the stream, arranges the market offerings, and prepares the ceremony that Dalray believes can place heaven's fortune on Juhyuk's next reward. Dalray changes into white ceremonial robes and sharpens a blade. Before the hidden altar, she calls to the spirits of heaven and earth. Her prayer asks them to protect young Master Bong, watch his road with kindness, and fill the future with great fortune. Then everyone joins the important part. Again and again, they ask for trait enhancement. Juhyuk may trust the system, but after seeing the impossible odds of earlier perks, he accepts all the help he can get. With the ritual complete, the family finally enters the 40th floor. The mission demands 80 ogres and 1 twin-head ogre. Juhyuk summons clear the normal enemies, then destroy the boss the moment it appears. The special perk arrives, but it is not a direct reward. It is a one-use roulette ticket that expires in 1 hour. Trait enhancement is on the wheel, yet its section is as thin as a needle. Everyone promises not to become angry if it misses. Juhyuk spins. The wheel races past herbs, potions, equipment, and useless materials. Then it slows on the smallest target of all. The mountain prayer worked. 4 simultaneous summons are finally unlocked. The roulette keeps spinning, and the whole room grows dizzy with it. Ju Hyuk watches the needle-thin trait enhancement section approach. He remembers the mountain ritual, threatens the wheel, begs it, and finally sees the marker stop. Trait enhancement. He actually got it. The system confirms that his awakened summon trait has improved. From now on, 4 servants can manifest at the same time. The next random summon is still 1 week away, but nobody has to fear replacement anymore. Ju Hyuk suggests chicken, and the family celebrates the result they thought was almost impossible. While Juok rests, Gerald Watson lands at Incheon Airport. He is the world's #1 ranked player, a magic swordsman currently climbing America's 67th floor. Gerald orders director Antonio to run. He has waited too long for revenge against the Dark Specters, and Jaeon's 10-hour result gives him a new target. Although Gerald cleared those enemies before, he will not feel satisfied unless the Holy Sword lets him match or beat her time. Antonio worries about his impulsive nature, but there is no slowing the excited player. Gerald reaches the bureau and immediately demands the weapon. John opens the secure storage room, and Gerald sees the Holy Sword at last. He wants to enter the tower immediately, but Korea requires payment first. Antonio transfers $10 million, the deposit is confirmed, and Gerald promises to obey the contract. On floor 66 of America's second tower, the blade releases pure white light. Gerald begins cutting the Dark Specters one by one. Only 20 minutes later, the floor is silent. The weapon has turned a feared high-level mission into a short test. Gerald decides he must rent it again, even though 2 uses will cost America $20 million. 5 days later, Ju Hyuk prepares for random summon. A warning on his door says no ringing and no knocking. Dalray taught him that heaven dislikes greedy people, so he cuts himself off from desire. He tells Jun and his family that he will be offline. A man rich enough to eat anything survives on cup ramen instead. When the important day arrives, Ju Hyuk calls Kosak, Gobang, and Dalray. Their grim faces show that some fear remains. 4 can stay now, but a powerful newcomer could still overlap 1 role. Ju Hyuk refuses to delay and activates the skill. The summoning light is much smaller than usual. A tiny shape pops out, and a hamster-like beastkin greets Ju Hyuk. His name is Rozix, an R-grade worker famous for hard work in labyrinths. Ju Hyuk stares. This is not a fighter, healer, or tank. It feels like a complete mess. The 3 existing summons have a very different reaction. Rozix is small, round, and has no role overlap. Their positions are safe. But the worker notices the disappointment. When Rozix sadly asks whether he should return, Ju Hyuk apologizes and promises to call him again later. Rozix accepts unsummoning with a quiet cry. Ju Hyuk hates wasting a rare chance, so he pulls out the skill cooldown reset ticket he saved. Dalray calls the first result a way to drive off bad luck. Kosak and Gobang encourage their master. Ju Hyuk starts random summon again. This time the light is completely different. Dark power fills the room, and everyone feels that something extraordinary is arriving. The system confirms it. Ju Hyuk has summoned the first LSSR in recorded history. As an achievement reward, he can now enter the tower twice every day. Ju Hyuk can hardly process the rewards. An LSSR and twice daily entry have appeared together. Then the summon steps from the light. An older martial artist with the calm air of a Taoist immortal. The catalog destroys that peaceful image. Manhwa, the mad demon, was the greatest public enemy in Murim, and created a mountain of bodies. Still, his first greeting is polite. He asks Ju Hyuk to call him Manhwa, and shows formal respect. Ju Hyuk relaxes. Perhaps the violent description belongs only to the past. Then the system reveals exactly what that past contains. Manhwa lived when powerful groups threw a nation into chaos. Government and Murim had agreed not to enter each other's worlds. The mad demon broke that rule first. He entered the imperial center, beheaded the emperor, and displayed the head in the market. Every orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic faction named him a public enemy. He fought them for 7 days and nights, and died only when 3 great leaders attacked together. Juhyok finds the story terrifying, but one fact is clear. This LSSR can fight. He tries to introduce the others. Guangma calls them lowly creatures. Then Guangma asks about the towers. Only one has collapsed, and the highest cleared floor is 67. He explains why this matters. Once people pass floor 70, collapses will appear everywhere. Every fallen tower drives into earth like a giant nail and changes the world. Nationality rules make the trap worse, because players can enter only towers in their own country. Korea may survive with Guangma's help, but the world still dies if other countries fail. His answer is not cooperation. Guangma says Juhyok must conquer every nation and place the world under his feet. Guangma offers to spill the blood while Juhyok becomes the world's only emperor. Juhyok calls the plan crazy, and orders him to stop. The old man refuses. In his mind, conquest is necessary to save his master, and it is part of his 3 principles. He decides to begin immediately by killing Korea's politicians and placing Juhyok at the top of power. Cossack directs killing intent at him. Guangma answers with his own power, and decides to cut apart one servant as a warning. 1 minute after his polite greeting, the legendary summon is ready to start a civil war. Juhyok calls to Guangma before anyone attacks. The mad demon smiles, certain that his master finally understands. Juhyok does understand one thing. Using this man is far too dangerous. Strength means nothing if the summon refuses every order and attacks allies. Even worse, Guangma believes each violent choice is an act of loyalty. No normal warning can change a man who killed an emperor, and calls world conquest a rescue plan. Juhyok activates unsummon. Guangma curses as the system pulls him away before his first political murder can begin. The amazing LSSR result, which should have transformed the party, becomes a servant Juhyok cannot safely call. It is a painful lesson. The rarest card is not always the best card, and a perfect combat rank can still be a complete failure for a team. 3 hours later, Razix's cooldown ends. Juhyok brings the little worker back, and the whole family cheers his name. The confused hamster has not become stronger or rarer. He cannot defeat an army, or explain the future of the towers. He is simply safe, kind, hard-working, and unlikely to murder a government. He also fills the new 4th place without pushing anyone aside. After meeting the legendary Mad Demon, an R-grade worker feels like the greatest summon in the world. At Incheon Airport, team leader Jian says goodbye to the American visitors. Antonio claims he is disappointed because 2 Holy Sword rentals brought no discount. Jian laughs, but he knows this is only a cheap attempt to lower the fee. Antonio then proves how much American intelligence already knows. He congratulates Jian on a promotion that has not been announced and predicts he will soon become deputy commissioner. Before leaving, he also tries to learn whether an S++ clear created the Holy Sword. Jian denies any connection, and sends the visitors home without giving away the owner's secret. America is now challenging a Phantom Reaper on floor 67. After a few failed attempts, Juan expects them to return and rent the sword again. Gerald's short visit has already earned $20 million, about 26 billion won. Juhyok will be very happy. At home, another kind of treasure is working. Razix squeaks for everyone to lift their feet, then races through the apartment. He removes dust from every corner, collects trash, organizes scattered objects, and returns items to their places through a worker skill. The tiny hamster is turning the whole home clean by himself. Razix handles laundry, dishes, water stains, and every mess Gobang created. Juhyok calls him amazing. Dalray names him chief servant, and nearly frightens him with a happy hug. His reward is a pile of mixed nuts. Juhyok asks whether the others finally see his value. Their answer is cruel but practical. Razix cleans well, yet he is weak, and cannot help them climb. When random summon resets in 30 days, they think Juhyok should replace him. Razix has already finished the peanuts and looks up without understanding what the stronger servants just decided. Juhyok proposes a floor 41 clear to welcome the new member. The mission is to defeat ironclad basilisks, the first giant land beasts. Each armored reptile looks like a crocodile mixed with a lizard and measures 7 or 8 meters. Eye contact triggers a paralysis beam that freezes a human body before escape is possible. Normal players need counter items. Juhyok needs none. Cossack, Gobang, and Dao Rei are all SSR, and they attack the basilisks together. The result looks like a raid, and more like 3 powerful servants bullying giant lizards. Juhyok wants to kill 3 basilisks before a team dinner. Cossack refuses and points at Razix. Someone must protect the tiny worker, who could disappear into a monster's mouth in one bite. Juhyok remembers the life hidden behind Razix's cute body. In the labyrinth, he was an all-round worker who cooked, washed, built structures, gathered herbs, mined stone, tanned leather, and repaired weapons. Any group with him could explore twice as easily, yet the adventurers still treated him as a tool and sent him into danger without watching his back. That old neglect killed Razix. During a gathering mission, the giant snake boss Apophis swallowed him. Juhyok refuses to let the same thing happen again. The 3 combat summons are busy controlling the basilisks, so he accepts guard duty. He orders Razix to stay at his side. 1 second later, the hamster is gone. Juhyok spots him far across the field and runs to save him. Razix disappears again. The worker is not helplessly lost, however. He is moving with a purpose, rolling between danger points faster than his tiny legs should allow. Razix rolls beneath a tree, then appears beside a rock. Juhyok chases him around the floor and can barely keep up. Before he understands what the worker is doing, all 15 basilisks are dead. The mission ends with S++, another level, 4.1 kilograms of mana stone, and a platinum badge. Juhyok never drew his weapon. His SSR servants finished the battle while he followed a hamster. Everyone exchanges praise, but Razix stands apart and begins to cry. Juhyok fears he was hurt. Razix says no, he is crying because the raid ended too quickly. The worker opens his backpack and apologizes that he gathered only a little. First come fresh herbs, then valuable basilisk leather, then a pile of mana stones weighing at least 20 kilograms. Juhyok stares at the growing treasure. Razix collected all of it while rolling between the tree and rock. The amount is already more valuable than many normal clears. Yet the hamster feels ashamed. He has never seen monsters die so quickly, and had almost no time to work. The servant everyone called weak has completed an impossible second mission inside the raid without anyone noticing. Juhyok asks the obvious question. Did Razix truly bring raw tower materials outside? The whole world believes this cannot be done. Early players placed stones, branches, and herbs in inventories or held them during exit. Everything disappeared. Only random monster drops crossed the barrier. Razix's worker backpack ignores that rule. He carried herbs, leather, and mana stones as naturally as groceries. Better still, he says a slower hunt would let him gather 10 times more. Juhyok can almost hear his bank balance rising. Combat power suddenly looks like the least important measure of this R-grade summon. Razix cries because he thinks he failed. But Juhyok now understands that the worker broke one of the tower's greatest limits. A slow farming run could supply materials that governments cannot obtain at any price. Even one backpack may change medicine, equipment, and every industry that depends on rare tower resources. Juhyok asks if Razix wants to enter again tomorrow. Then he corrects himself. They are going right now. The LSSR achievement allows 2 entries per day. Back on floor 41, Juhyok regrets nearly dismissing this precious servant for low combat power. Razix's gathering outclasses the unusable mad demon. Gobang carries him like a lord while the whole party protects their new source of treasure. Low rank has never looked more wrong. His true value is now clear. Juhyok enters floor 41 again with one strange order: make the hunt as slow as possible. Razix needs time to work. The SSR summons agree, and the party clears a road for its tiny treasure. An iron-clad basilisk appears. Gobang rushes forward, catches the giant reptile, and smashes it again and again until it stops moving. Then he proudly presents the body to Razix. Instead of celebrating, the hamster trembles. Cossack and Dalray attack Gobang for frightening him, but the true problem is not fear. Gobang has ruined the valuable hide. The repeated blows tore and crushed the leather until Razix can only throw it away. Juhyok sees his chance. He equips the golden mace of cold twilight and offers to make one clean kill. Razix refuses him too. The mace would freeze the hide, and frozen leather would shatter. Even the weakest servant has found a reason to stop Juhyok from fighting. The group needs a new method. Dalray must control the monster, Gobang must disable it without damaging the body, and Cossack must finish it with one exact strike. Only then can Razix begin his real work. Dalray casts confusion on the next basilisk. Gobang breaks only its legs, and Cossack kills it without touching the main hide. The result is one complete body ready for processing. Juhyok still doubts that a hamster can skin a 7-meter monster. Razix pulls out his tools and answers with action. His tiny hands move across the corpse with trained speed. Every cut follows the edge of the armor, and the skin separates without tearing. The cute worker looks shockingly brutal while he works, but a perfect whole basilisk hide soon lies before the team. The party repeats the routine. A second hide enters Razix's backpack, then a third, and finally a seventh. At that point, the worker announces that he is finished. His special bag can break the tower's exit rule, but it still has a size limit, and each whole hide is enormous. That limit hardly makes the result small. Monster leather is one of the rarest materials on Earth. It becomes player armor, including Juhyok's boots, and luxury goods for the public. Celebrities and rich buyers compete for a supply so tiny that money alone cannot secure it. Juhyok watches Razix finish and has a dangerous thought. What if he gives the worker a summon-grade up rune? The strongest worker in history might be born. Back at home, the party clears the living room and unloads the result. There are 7 complete basilisk hides, 1 damaged scrap, 50 kilograms of mata stones worth 25 million won, and fresh medicinal herbs. Razix again says he can gather 10 times more. Juhyok thinks this haul already looks 100 times larger than the first. Moving everything into his inventory fills half the available space. The real storage problem is the apartment itself. It is packed with summons, equipment, and now huge monster materials. Razix can clean Gobang's mess, but he cannot create extra rooms. Juhyok finally accepts that they must move. A good large home costs 5 to 10 billion won, yet even those places feel small after he saw John's penthouse. Then he remembers the American Holy Sword test, and sends a message. The reply arrives at once. Gerald rented the sword twice. $20 million means about 26 billion won. Suddenly, the home that looked impossible is within reach. Juhyok calculates the material haul, the sword payments, and the penthouse price. The answer is clear. He can afford it. He praises America and Gerald with wild joy, then calls every summon into the living room. His major announcement is simple. They are moving into the luxury penthouse. Cossack remembers that Juhyok once rejected the place because a large home would be hard to manage. Who will clean it? Razix races past, already telling people to lift their feet. The question answers itself. With their chief servant, even a palace will stay clean. Dalray asks Razix what he wants to eat, and the worker chooses carrots. Juhyok reflects on the strange day. The R-grade summon he called a failure became a jackpot. The LSSR he called a jackpot became a dangerous failure. Manhwa can keep his world conquest. Razix is the party's true treasure. The next day Juhyok visits his parents. His father proudly shows a photo of an 80-centimeter red sea bream, and says his bad hip feels healed. Juhyok begins to see that Dalray's health and luck talismans are helping far beyond the tower. His parents also won an hair purifier and a massage chair in 2 raffles. The chance is too strange to ignore. Even Minute Hyuk receive luck, though his examples are smaller. Every shot hits in his game, and he found a 501 coin when he lacked vending machine change. Ju Hyuk finds that miracle painfully simple, but the important fact remains. His family is healthy and doing well. He leaves for an appointment, and a bureau limousine arrives outside. Minute Hyuk stares at the car while Ju Hyuk admits he still cannot get used to being treated like an elite player. John came personally because the kidnapping incident still worries him. Seeing Bon safe brings relief. Jo-hak explains that he needs a large place to show bulky material items, so John takes him to a special warehouse. The official is confident. He has seen nearly every rare resource held by Korea, and does not expect a surprise. Jo-hak gives a warning anyway, then starts removing the first hide. A complete monster shape unfolds across the floor. For one frightened instant, John thinks a living beast has appeared inside the warehouse. His experience did not prepare him for this. John recognizes an ironclad basilisk. Ju-hyuk proudly explains that it is one whole hide, removed so perfectly that it looks like the creature simply stepped out of its skin. Then he says he will take out the rest. John thinks he means herbs or small pieces. Ju-hyuk corrects him. 6 more whole basilisk hides are waiting. No player has ever carried raw material like this out of the tower. 7 perfect hides could change a market built around extreme shortage. They can become elite armor, rare public goods, or research material that no laboratory has ever received in this condition. And this is only one slow repeat run on one floor. If Bon can repeat the process, Korea has gained a new source of tower resources that the rest of the world cannot match. The Bureau must now protect both his secret method and the tiny worker who makes it possible. John looks at the quiet young man before him and reaches the only possible question. Who is Bon Ju-hyuk really? John examines the fresh herbs and 7 whole hides. Most plants are unknown, and one complete basilisk skin may be worth more than the department spends in a month. He asks whether all of this came from one clear. Ju-hyuk avoids explaining basics and asks the more important question. How much money can he get? John needs time. His team normally prices resources quickly, but these materials are cleaner, fresher, and more complete than anything Korea has bought. Then Ju-hyuk says the result is not unique. If needed, he can bring back even more. A steady supply is possible. John wants to ask how, but stops himself. Bon is the hidden S++ record holder and must have his own methods. Pushing for secrets could make him weave. Instead, John offers a deal. The Bureau will buy every raw herb at twice the usual price because researchers need them. The whole hides should go to the civilian market, where wealthy buyers will fight over the rare leather. Ju-hyuk agrees and asks the department to handle the sales. The arrangement turns Razix's impossible gathering into a legal and stable source of income. Ju-hyuk offers 1 hide as commission, but John refuses. So he asks for another service, broker the luxury penthouse. John immediately tries to transfer it free, including every fee. Ju-hyuk refuses again. Free gifts create debts, and he wants every calculation clear. The 26 billion won from the Holy Sword can pay the full cost. Back at home, Kosak begins a formal strategy meeting. He introduces himself as the first summon, right-hand man, trusted confidant, and artist of the red ribbon. Today he has full authority to plan the next 4 floors. Floor 42 contains long-tailed basilisks with blade-like tails. The first daily clear will chase S++, and the second will gather hides. Floor 43 brings iron jaw basilisks, which they can also skin. Floor 44 brings thorn scale basilisks, but their sharp bodies damage the leather, so farming them wastes time. Then Kosak reveals the true target, the rainbow basilisk on floor 45. It is the boss they will kill again and again. Razix listens carefully, because each monster requires a different method if the party wants a perfect, valuable skin. Dalray asks why they should stop at 45 instead of gathering on higher floors. Kozak makes the princess request permission before speaking, enjoying his temporary authority. Then he explains. Starting on floor 46, monsters have hard outer shells instead of hides. Taking every joint apart would be far too slow. Floor 45 contains every useful basilisk and the beautiful rainbow boss. Kozak guarantees the rare skin will earn money, which matters because Juhyok just spent a fortune on a home. The only challenge is skinning the boss before the tower forces them to exit. Razix accepts the time job with new courage. The team will rush to 45, stay there, and sweep up hides. Elsewhere, HG Fashion CEO Go Yeon-ha has a very different money problem. Her Wildflower brand is failing despite a huge investment, and her place in the HG group is already weak. An employee brings an invitation to a public-private project led by the Awakening Management Department. Go tries to send another executive, but the paper specifically requests the CEO. She has no real hope for the event, yet a strong feeling stops her from ignoring it. Go decides to attend personally. At the same time, Juhyok enters floor 42 to defeat 15 long-tailed basilisks. His old desire to fight returns at once. He equips the Golden Aegis and Golden Mace, while his summons beg him to stay safe. Juhyok refuses. He has spent too long watching others hunt. A tail blade cuts through the air toward him, but Shadow Step has reached a new level. His rapid movement creates so many afterimages that it looks like cloning. For the first time in days, Juhyok attacks a high-floor monster himself. Juhyok crosses the tail's path and activates Falling Thunderflash. The Golden Mace strikes, freezes the target, and proves that his new equipment works. But before he can choose a second enemy, the S++ notice appears. Juhyok caught only one basilisk. His servants clearly hunted at full speed to stop him from taking more risks. He understands their plan and decides one personal victory is enough. The first clear protects his record. After the team exits, eats snacks and rests, the second daily entry begins with a very different goal. Material, not speed. On the repeat run, the party slows down and fills Razix's backpack with 7 long-tail hides. The next day they clear Ironjaw basilisks on floor 43 and farm that useful leather. Floor 44 follows, but the Thornscale hide is too damaged to sell, so repeat runs return to 43. 4 fast S++ clears bring them to the long-awaited floor 45. 60 normal basilisks and 1 rainbow boss wait there. This time, the plan is more difficult than simple victory. They want the boss alive, until its perfect skin can be protected. The first 445 run will chase both S++ and a rainbow hide. The second one can produce another. Dalray buffs the party, Gobang takes every monster's attention, and Kozak deals fast, exact damage. The count rises from 8 to 60 before the normal basilisks can slow them. Then the rainbow basilisk appears. Its skin shines with rare color and is far more slippery than expected. Gobang cannot hold the body securely, so the others tell him to grip the jaw. Killing this boss is easy. Keeping every part of its skin untouched is the true battle. Razix waits beside the fight with his tools ready. The team practiced this exact moment, though one of every 3 attempts failed. Dalray controls the boss, Gobang walks it in place, and Kozak delivers a clean final strike. The instant it dies, Juhyok gives the order. Razix launches forward and begins cutting while the automatic exit window approaches. His hands race across the rainbow body. One wrong cut would destroy the prize. One slow cut would leave it inside the tower. Every summon protects the worker, instead of celebrating the clear. Because this small task may be worth more than the entire battle. The final section comes free, and the whole hide enters his backpack. Their first rainbow harvest is a complete success. The gamble has paid off. More importantly, the practice system works under real pressure, so the second daily run can turn one miracle into a repeatable business. The second floor 45 run goes even better than the first. Razix has learned the timing, and the party brings home 2 complete rainbow basilisk hides in one day. Their teamwork now includes a victory cheer. Juhyok turns to the new platinum badge, but recent rewards make him nervous. Will the system give another dangerous surprise? Dronzer says an unwanted reward may become a future blessing. Gobang and Razix tell him they believe in him. Even Cossack offers simple advice. Remain calm, and click. With his strange encouragement buff active, Juhyok opens the perk. Juhyok begs the system not to give another roulette or random box. This time, the item appears directly. One multinational tower access ticket. And allows a single entry to any country's tower, as long as the chosen floor does not exceed Juhyok's own level. The summons expect trait enhancement, but Juhyok calls the ticket strange. A grade up rune would have helped much more. For the next major perk, the family will perform another full ritual. Tonight, however, they will forget the failure. Juhyok orders every food they want, and turns disappointment into a feast. The table fills with food and drinks. Juhyok even convinces Cossack to take one glass while on duty. At the Awakening Management Department, another decision begins. HG Fashion CEO Go Yan enters a conference room and discovers that competing companies sent lower executives. She is the only actual CEO who obeyed the invitation. At first, she feels foolish and considers leaving. Then June enters. He is no longer merely a team leader. The newly promoted deputy commissioner personally leads this meeting, which means the opportunity is far larger than any guest expected. Jian is the power behind Korea's elite teen project, Gon's Rise, and the country's new tower success. Many already expect him to become the next commissioner. He apologizes, then dismisses every representative whose CEO ignored his written request. They offer to call their leaders, but Jian refuses. He will speak only with Go. Her decision to attend has created a lucky break. Go immediately shows why she leads HG Fashion. She presents armor, designed around Gon, and argues that no company can handle a fashion project better. Jian finds her direct approach promising. Jian asks Go to follow him. They pass heavy security and enter a cold tower material warehouse. He gives her protective clothing and warns her not to panic when the lights come on. Rows of giant preserved shapes appear. Each one is a whole basilisk hide held in a special frame. Ironclad, iron jaw, long-tailed, and other types stand around her. The department already has 36 complete hides, with 34 in this room. Go knows enough about tower leather to understand the scale. These are dream materials that fashion companies cannot buy at any normal price. The government wants private companies to turn these hides into daily products, not only player armor. Go realizes HG Fashion may receive the supply. Her failing Wildflower brand could become the first public name connected to real basilisk leather. Then she notices the count. If 34 hides stand here, where are the other 2? Jian was waiting for that question. A covered frame opens and lit in color fills the dark warehouse. Go screams. The rainbow basilisk hide seems to move with its own energy. It is not simply rare leather. It already looks like a complete work of art. Go wants the whole first batch and priority on every future hide. John says they can discuss that, but only under strict secrecy. Nobody may reveal the material before the product's launch. Go promises non-disclosure agreements for every technician. Then she asks the hardest question. Price. Even small, faded scrap pieces currently sell for 10 million won. A perfect whole hide has no clear market value. John gives HG a sample and tells its leather experts to decide what the material is truly worth. Go leaves with a chance that may rescue her company, while John judges her as no ordinary executive. Meanwhile, Juhyok's money has already changed his life. The registration for the Arkhill penthouse is complete. He enters through a private elevator and steps into the first home under his own name. The entrance alone is larger than some apartments. Staff explain that help is available all day, then leave him to spend a celebration night there. Juhyok walks to the window and sees the lights of Seoul below. He loves the place so much that he never wants to return to the studio apartment. This time, the luxury is not a free favor. He paid for it himself. Juhyok summons the family into their new home. Cossack begins his usual loyal report, then loses his voice. Dalray calls the penthouse a palace. Gobang loves the height and space. Ju-hyok tells everyone to explore. Kosak finds a toilet so beautiful that using it feels like a crime. The home covers 300 pyeong, contains 10 rooms, and even has another elevator inside. Gobang can enter his giant form without hitting the ceiling. Kosak warns him not to damage the home that their master bought through blood and work. Every door reveals more impossible comfort. They discover a private movie theater, the newest game systems, 8 refrigerators, and 11 bathrooms. Then one final door leads outside. The joking stops when the rooftop garden and night sky appear. From this height, Seoul stretches below them like another world. Kosak, Gobang, and Dao came from lives filled with war, death, and ruined kingdoms. The peaceful city is more than a beautiful view. It is proof that Ju-hyok's world still has something worth saving. Each summon makes the same promise in a different way. This world must never be allowed to fall. Ju-hyok listens as his servants dedicate their lives to protecting his world. The moment feels so serious that he jokes about a deadly amount of romance, but his own answer is sincere. They will all keep working together. The new home marks more than wealth. It gives Gobang room to transform, Razik's room to store supplies, Dao a place for rituals, and Kosak, a home he never expected to have. Razik's gathering created a business that may change fashion, research, and the supply of player equipment. Gerald's rentals paid for a safe place large enough for every summon, and the strange multinational tower ticket now waits in Ju-hyok's inventory, still looking useless. Yet Guanma already warned that other nations will fail. If nationality blocks every normal rescue, that single ticket can cross a border no player is allowed to cross. The reward Ju-hyok rejected may become the one tool that lets this family protect more than Korea. Its real purpose is still hidden. For now, none of them knows when that choice will arrive. They only know they finally have a world, a team, and a home worth defending. The Bureau removes every trace of you from the penthouse and hires a company to move Ju-hyok's belongings. He only needs to arrive. In one day, his life expands from an office-tel below 20 pyeong to a home above 300. The quality is even more shocking than the space. Ju-hyok relaxes in a heated outdoor pool and calls it heaven. The summons enjoy it in their own way. Gobang lifts Dao while Kosak claims that reading all day is bad for her back. Before the princess can stop them, they throw her into the water. Dao rises with a smile that frightens everyone. Kosak suddenly has stomach pain, and Gobang runs for a bathroom before remembering that the home has 11. Ju-hyok learns never to make the princess angry. Then he notices Razix is missing. The worker has found the robot vacuum. To Razix, this is not a useful machine. It is an electronic servant trying to steal his job. He declares himself the worker of this house and challenges the vacuum alone. Gobang understands his fear, places the machine before him, and lets chief servant Razix perform an execution. 4 days after moving, Ju-hyok is farming floor 45 twice daily. Each run produces 6 normal hides and 1 rainbow hide, so Razix brings home 14 complete skins every day. Section Chief Lee collects them every other day. Then she delivers Jian's order. Stop gathering hides for now. Korea has no facilities ready to process so much leather, and flooding the market would destroy its rarity. Ju-hyok accepts the logic. Kosak receives less mercy from the others. His confident money plan created mountains of material that cannot be sold immediately, and everyone demands an answer. The summons blamed Kosak for ignoring production and distribution, while Razix seems to have worked for nothing. Ju-hyok knows the money will arrive later, but he cannot watch his first summon suffer. He changes the goal. They will rush to floor 50 instead. The next day, floor 46 begins the giant scorpion section. Paralysis, bleeding, false visions, and mixed poison make these floors expensive for ordinary players because they consume many healing potions. Ju-hyok's party needs no such supply. Gobang draws every scorpion. Cossack finishes them, and Dao Rei supports the front line. Ju Hyok tries to steal one attack while everyone is distracted. Then Razix rolls away from the fight. A strong metal smell filled the worker's nose upon entry. There is ore under this floor, and he believes mining it will make Ju Hyok happy. The thought comes from an old fear. Former masters screamed at Razix to dig faster and treated him like a tool. Ju Hyok praises his work instead. Razix wants to remain with this family forever, but the stopped hide business makes him fear he is no longer profitable. Finding ore becomes an emergency mission to prove his value. Razix mines desperately while the combat team clears the floor. The S++ result arrives before his bag is full, and he begins to cry. Ju Hyok explains that a first clear must be fast. There is no need to gather everything today. He even orders Razix to rest without cleaning. The worker hears only one terrible meaning. Perhaps he is no longer needed. The others correct him at once. Without Razix, the huge home would become a disaster. Dao Rei calls him the party's most necessary talent. Cossack becomes the target of several jokes, but Razix finally smiles. Repeat clears soon fill his backpack with ore. 10 days later, a hidden crisis reaches Korea. Terrorists bombed Abu Dhabi 3 days ago, and the UAE kept it out of the press. Karim Jahid, the country's best state-supported player, is dead. More than 10 other players above level 50 also died. Their Black Tower has only about 20 days left before floor 60 must be cleared. Worse, it stands near a major oil field. A collapse could create an economic and physical disaster far beyond the UAE. Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah is already traveling to Korea, carrying a request that his government cannot make to anyone else. At the penthouse, 10 days of ore fill an entire spare room. The pile weighs several hundred kilograms, and Ju Hyok fears it could damage his expensive floor. Gobang scoops it up while Ju Hyok transfers every piece into inventory by hand. Then Juan arrives to take him to the bureau. First comes good news. Norway wants the Holy Sword for 466. Few countries need it earlier, but requests will grow as more reach the undead section. One rental now pays about 15 billion won. Ju Hyok immediately begins dreaming about retirement land and a farm run by his perfect summon team. Gem's next report is much darker. Yu has broken down after repeated failures and refuses even low floors. Japan removed his benefits, sent his family to a small city, and paid America an enormous fee for one temporary player. China failed floor 59 and bought Russian help with money in part of Heilongjiang province. The UAE bombing has now destroyed another country's best chance. The Black Tower crisis is no longer a distant future. Nations are losing players, land, and control one by one. Korea survived because Gaon had the Holy Sword, and because Bon kept climbing in secret. The UAE Crown Prince has asked Korea for temporary naturalization of one of its 2 best players. Ju Hyok first assumes this means Ga-eun and Yu, then remembers Yu is no longer Korean. Juan gives the real name, Bong Ju Hyok. The government that lost its strongest team wants the hidden S++ record holder to enter its tower and save the country. Accepting normal temporary citizenship would expose him, place him inside international politics, and make every government ask who Bong really is. Refusing could leave millions of people beside a collapsing tower. Ju Hyok has spent months hiding behind a false floor level and avoiding attention. Now an international crisis has found him anyway, and inside his inventory sits the multinational tower access ticket. He called useless, the exact item that can cross the nationality barrier without any naturalization at all. What looked like a failed perk may let him help while keeping his name out of the contract. The decision can no longer be avoided. Yahello cannot understand how the UAE knows about him. Yoon explains that it does not know his identity. Foreign officials only guess the Korean Bureau found the hidden S++ record holder. Korea will play dumb and protect Bond's secret. Then Yahello asks why the UAE ignores nearby Saudi Arabia. Both are wealthy Arab states, but an old fight stands between them. When trait enhancement runes first entered the market, the two oil nations fought a brutal bidding war. The UAE secured far more runes and Saudi Arabia never forgot. Now the neighbor has no reason to save its old rival. That history gives Juyak an idea. Could he demand a trait enhancement rune as payment? John doubts the UAE will surrender one. Its delegates appear ready to solve everything with cash. Juyak already owns a multinational tower ticket, so he could enter without changing nationality. But money no longer interests a man earning billions from ore and the Holy Sword. Without a rune, he has no reason to accept the danger. For now, the UAE must improve its offer. At the warehouse, Juan shows that every basilisk hide remains safely frozen until Korea can process it. Yuhayok's real business today is another material delivery. John hopes for metal ingots because the leather project needs equipment. Instead, Juhayok removes rough rocks. Their weight and tower inventory status reveal the truth. Raw ore. With the hides and minerals together, John finally knows bone gathers directly inside the tower. He avoids asking about the method. Juhayok then asks whether he should unload everything. There is so much that moving it by hand nearly broke his arms. When the full pile appears, John realizes this is not a disappointing batch of stones. It is an industrial supply. Tower minerals have never appeared outside before. Normal players receive only finished ingots as random rewards. The international price is 5 million won per kilogram for adamant, 10 million for orichalcum, and 20 million for sectonium. Juan expects perhaps 1 billion. John's estimate reaches 9. The load weighs 2,342 kilograms, 1,497 adamant ore, 536 orichalcum, and 309 sectonium. John assumes only 50% metal content, promises to pay more if extraction succeeds, and accepts the loss if it performs worse. Juak takes the deal before anyone can reconsider. The final payment is about 9.4 billion won. John bows and thanks Bong for giving Korea another impossible resource. Yuhak tries to raise him because he feels like the grateful one. His recent deals now reach tens of billions, so often that wealth is becoming a problem of its own. At home, the summons wait for the result and credit Razix. Cossack starts a betting game. He guesses 500 million. Dalray calls that disrespectful to Lord Razix and chooses 1 billion. The winner may punish every loser with a full power forehead flick. Bobang has no sense of normal prices, so he picks 10 billion won. Cossack laughs because that is half the price of their entire penthouse. No one may change a guess. When Juhak returns, Cossack quickly pretends he was helping Razix clean. Juhak praises his dependable right-hand man, then announces 9.4 billion won. Gobang won. Everyone celebrates Razix and prepares a feast, while Cossack suddenly begs to be dismissed. His master does not understand why a healthy SSR wants to leave before dinner. Cossack understands perfectly. One giant finger is ready to strike his forehead. Goban refuses to let Cossack escape or transform before the penalty. The flick lands with the sound of a cracked gourd, and Cossack drops. The next day brings more profit. Higher metal content will create a bonus. It also brings public news about the UAE request. Bin Salah promises Korean companies national infrastructure projects if a temporary player saves his tower. Online comments reject the idea of lending Gayun, or the anonymous record holder. The Crown Prince publicly guarantees secrecy and begs the S++ player to reach floor 60. For days his desperate appeal dominates every headline. Vuyak still waits for a trait enhancement rune. While the UAE begs, he clears floors 47 through 49 and sells another 10 billion won of ore. Cossack's forehead survives, but the party keeps reminding him that he created the bet. Now the next random summon approaches. Juyak wants the floor 50 perk first. The mission is 60 scorpions and 1 king scorpion. He and Razix remain in the rear because missing S++ at this moment would be a disaster. Soon there will be 5 usable servants while only 4 can manifest at one time. Gobang, Cossack, and Dalray overwhelm the scorpions, then crush the king. Yet future floors will require more damage, and Yahello still wants another strong fighter. Floor 50 ends with S++ and the important Platinum badge. Back home, every summon looks nervous. Yahello decides he must be their calm anchor. He tells them how much his life changed. Before them, he was a lonely coward working part-time jobs. They gave him courage to fight, helped him reach this home, and became the first friends he could truly trust. Whatever the system gives, that family will not change. Yahello thanks the summons, and promises to protect them, even if he must fight himself. They cry, praise his kindness, and immediately ask him not to fight. The emotional speech gives Yahello confidence. He will open the perk without fear, and hide any disappointment. The system grants the reward for 50 platinum badges. A familiar item enters his inventory, another multinational tower access ticket. There is no trade enhancement, no grade-up rune, and no new weapon. Yahello's calm face breaks. The first ticket already seemed useless. Now the tower has given him the same strange failure twice. The duplicate feels like a joke, but the timing carries a message Yahello cannot ignore. One ticket could save the UAE without temporary citizenship. A second could protect another nation when its tower reaches the same crisis. The system has not solved his summon limit, yet it has given him 2 ways to cross the rule Guangma called the tower's cruelest trap. Yahello wanted a reward for his own team. Instead, he received a choice about the lives of strangers. Using the ticket means entering a foreign floor near his own limit, facing monsters he has never studied, and risking the secret that keeps his family safe. Refusing means watching a known countdown reach 0 when he may hold the only simple answer. Money cannot decide this now. He already has more wealth than he imagined, and the UAE's public offers add nothing he truly needs. Only a trade enhancement rune could strengthen the entire family, but no one has placed it on the table. Yahello curses in frustration. While the UAE waits, the next summon approaches, and the countdown beside the oil field keeps falling. Every day makes the cost of waiting greater. Soon, a choice will become unavoidable. The failed perk has turned into a question that no coward can avoid forever. Yahello's patience finally breaks. Another multinational ticket is too much, and he declares that he has done climbing. Dronzer blames her fortune ritual, but Cossack sees the real problem. Floors above 50 contain flying monsters. If the next summon joins, 5 useful servants will compete for 4 active places. Yahello refuses to cut Razix or anyone else. Using Guangma alone is also impossible. Then Dronzer remembers one hope. Trade enhancement does not come only from badge perks. It can appear as a rare item, and someone connected to the current crisis probably owns one. The UAE is desperate, wealthy, and known to have won many early trade enhancement rooms. Cossack promises to bring one back. At the Ulsan Hotel, Crown Prince bin Saleh is preparing to leave Korea after 5 wasted days. His media offers reached neither Gaon nor the S++ record holder. Only 15 days remain before collapse. Saudi Arabia offered help, but its price is cruel. The rune, $1 billion, gas field territory, 10 tons of mana stones, 10 tons of tower metal, and 10,000 leathers. With no Korean answer, bin Saleh is ready to accept that humiliation. Before the Crown Prince can return home, his security team falls silent. Cossack has entered the suite. Bin Saleh runs toward a panic room, but killing pressure locks his body in place. Cossack releases only a translator and orders him to sit. More armed guards rush in, point guns, and demand the intruder's identity. One dagger ends their attack before it begins. The men survive, but none can move. Cossack warns that any resistance will turn unconscious bodies into dead ones. He did not come to kill the Crown Prince. He came to make a deal no government official could offer. Through the translator, Cossack demands the rune of trait enhancement. Bin Saleh refuses even under threat. Then Cossack names his price. Give him the rune and the UAE's floor 60 will be cleared within 15 days. Floor 61 will follow within 6 months. No temporary naturalization is needed. The claim sounds impossible, so Cossack asks for a player in the room. Level 27 prospect Omar Hassan steps forward. Cossack hands him a system item and tells him to read its effect. Omar sees the truth. A multinational tower ticket allows entry to any tower without changing nationality. Kosek also places the golden aegis and golden mace on the table as friendship gifts. Omar studies their many effects and can barely speak. No ordinary player owns equipment like this, much less gives it away. Bin Salah begins to suspect that the intruder serves the hidden S++ record holder. He asks for a guarantee. Kosek swears the floor will fall within 15 days and gives his name as Gobang, protecting his own identity with the tank's name. Then he explains that torture is easier for him than assassination. He could force the rune, but he is choosing exchange. Bin Salah understands the message. Refusing may cost his life, but accepting gives his country a real rescue instead of Saudi Arabia's ruinous contract. He hands over the trade enhancement rune. Kosek congratulates him for saving both himself and the UAE. He also feels pleased that he cleared 2 spare weapons from Juhyok's inventory. Still, Kosek asks one final question. Is the Crown Prince satisfied? A deal must satisfy both sides. Bin Salah says yes. Kosek promises he will be even happier after 15 days and leaves the ruler praying that the mysterious Gobang keeps his word. Back home, Juhyok worries that sending an assassin to negotiate may have been a mistake. If Kosek fails and the new summon cannot fight, the party may lose its S++ streak. While waiting, he tests another possible answer. Perhaps Manhwa changed after his punishment. Juhyok designated summons the mad demon, who claims he reflected deeply. Killing every leader is too extreme, too slow, and creates too many side effects. Juhyok is amazed. The impossible has happened. The old murderer finally learned. He gives Manhwa soda, and for one hopeful moment, the conversation feels normal. Then Manhwa asks which nation holds the greatest power. America, Juhyok answers. The mad demon proudly reveals his improved plan. Instead of killing many leaders, he will use soul-stealing great art on the American president. The technique destroys one mind and creates a perfect puppet. With that single puppet, America can begin a war, conquer every country, and announce world unification. Manhwa believes this is peaceful progress because fewer people must be killed directly. Juhyok realizes the method changed, but the goal did not. His LSSR still sees conquest as the only path to safety. Manhwa asks where the president is and wants to leave immediately. Juhyok tells him the direction is completely wrong and orders more reflection. Unsummon pulls the furious old man away again. His satisfaction rating drops to 1 point. At that exact time, Kosek returns to the penthouse. He announces himself as Juhyok's right-hand man, trusted confidant, and master negotiator. He arrived much faster than expected, which makes Juhyok fear the discussion failed before it began. Kosek only smiles. Hidden behind his back is the item the whole team needs. Kosek reveals the rune of trade enhancement. Juhyok's duplicate tickets now have a purpose. The UAE has a promised rescue, and all 5 usable servants can stay active together. The exchange also avoided official naturalization and protected Bond's identity. Kosek may have frightened a crown prince, defeated a security team, used Gobang's name, and called torture part of negotiation. But he brought home exactly what his master requested, without killing anyone. For an assassin who once solved every problem with bodies, that restraint is real progress. Juhyok can now strengthen the trait before the flying monster section begins. The victory carries a hidden cost. Kosek promised floor 60 within 15 days and floor 61 within 6 months. The UAE believes the mysterious negotiator himself may be the S++ record holder. Juhyok has not yet reached floor 51 in Korea, and his ticket cannot enter a foreign floor above his own level. To keep the deal, the party must climb through the flying monster section at extreme speed, study a foreign tower, and protect its secret. The rune solves the roster problem, but it also starts a countdown. Every day now matters. The team must learn how to fight enemies in the air, collect enough power, and avoid showing the world who truly holds the record. One slow climb could break Kosek's promise and leave the UAE without help. Juhyok wanted room for one new family member. Now he must earn that room while racing to save a nation. His private wish has become an international mission, and the hardest floors are still ahead. The next morning, Ju-hyuk treats one small rune like the most dangerous meal of his life. He empties his stomach, takes a bath, trims his nails, puts on clean clothes, and even meditates. This item came from a crown prince, and Cossack risked an international incident to obtain it. The instructions are almost too simple. Place the rune of trait enhancement in the mouth and swallow. Ju-hyuk does exactly that. Light moves through his body, and a system message appears. His awakened trait has improved. More importantly, the simultaneous part of summon has changed. He can now call 5 people at the same time. The problem that almost made him quit the tower is finally gone. Ju-hyuk summons Cossack, Obang, Dalray, and Razix together to share the news. Cossack proudly calls himself the master of negotiation. Even timid Razix asks if he can stay, and Ju-hyuk promises that he can remain close like gum. No member must be thrown away. But the victory does not stop the clock. Cossack explains that floors 51 through 55 are filled with griffins, huge birds that give little useful material. Wyverns and valuable hides begin later, on floor 56. Only 14 days remain before the UAE deadline, so the party needs speed and one more fighter who can attack the sky. Everyone gathers around as Ju-hyuk starts random summon. Purple light rises, a human shape forms, and a sleeping woman appears. Her catalog gives Ju-hyuk the answer he wanted. Veronica Caliber is a senior magic gunner, a veteran sergeant and famous sniper from the Magic Empire. She is a ranged fighter, perfect for the flying section. There is just one strange detail. She will not wake up. Veronica sleeps while standing, pulls her own drool back into her mouth and ignores the entire welcome. Then her eyes suddenly open. She asks where she is, recognizes the summon order, and snaps into a perfect salute. Sergeant Veronica Caliber reports for duty in a voice loud enough to shake the room. Ju-hyuk begins the introductions, but before he can finish, she falls asleep again without even lowering her arm. Cossack dislikes the newcomer immediately. Her salute and military slogans were his favorite routine, and now a real soldier has taken his role. He even claims he avoided military service because of flat feet, though everyone has watched him fly with shadow step. Ju-hyuk wonders if Veronica always slept this much, or if sleep somehow caused her death. Her past gives a painful answer. In the frozen north of the Magic Empire, Veronica was the Ranger unit's best sniper. When a massive monster wave reached the border fortress, she fought day and night because no one else could hold the wall. For 100 days, she refused to close her eyes. Only when relief soldiers finally arrived did she allow herself to rest. That peaceful sleep became her death. Ju-hyuk wants to let the exhausted soldiers sleep. But Cossack says their deadline allows no rest. He strikes the back of Veronica's head and orders the new recruit to work. He hits much harder than planned. Veronica wakes with murder in her eyes and asks who wants to die. Cossack quickly reminds her that he is SSR. She answers with one calm question. Can a bullet pierce an SSR stomach? Cossack immediately loses his courage. Ju-hyuk can only wonder why none of his summons is normal. Yet the words, Tower Operation, change Veronica at once. She stands straight, names the mission the Griffin Annihilation Operation, and promises perfect execution. She may fall asleep while walking, but when the mission screen appears, the sergeant is ready. Floor 51 places the team on a wide hill beneath circling griffins. Veronica asks Ju-hyuk for temporary command. He agrees, and the sleepy woman becomes a true battlefield officer. She orders the squad downhill, selects a clear line of fire, and raises her long magic rifle. One shot strikes a griffin in the air. The wounded beast falls directly toward Cossack and Gobang. Veronica calls it a handover. The melee fighters finish the target before it can rise. Then another griffin drops, and another. Her shots do not waste time chasing kills. They remove the monster's greatest advantage, flight, and deliver them to the strongest fighters on the ground. The whole party moves like a system built from different parts. Veronica keeps sending monsters down, as if she runs the world's fastest delivery service. Cossack is thrilled because every enemy arrives in reach of his blades. Gobang controls the front. Cossack deals close damage. Veronica attacks from far away, and Dalray supports them all. Yahello watches with growing pride. For the first time, his battle party feels complete. The griffins cannot keep their distance, cannot escape in the sky, and cannot survive after landing. 451 ends with another S++ rating, another platinum badge, and access to 452. The new member has proved her value in one mission, and the team has taken its first step toward the promise Cossack made to the UA. Back at the penthouse, Juhyok brings out beef for Veronica's welcome dinner, and offers the family beer and soju. Veronica falls asleep before the meal even begins. No one wants to disturb a woman who once died because she could not rest. As the others eat, Juhyok realizes these quiet hours matter as much as records or money. His companions argue every day, yet they have become the family he never had. Then Veronica vanishes from her sleeping place. The smell of meat has guided her to the table without waking her. Razix gently holds food near her mouth, and she eats it in her sleep. He even tries to give her vegetables. Everyone watches the impossible scene with surprise, but Razix treats it like a normal duty. He makes sure the new soldier gets meat, vegetables, and the rest her old life denied her. That simple care shows what Juhyok's group has become. They are no longer 5 useful powers chosen from a catalog. They notice each other's fears, protect weak members, and welcome even the strangest habits. Veronica survived her first operation because the others covered every place she could not. Now they guard her sleep in return. The strange sergeant has already found her place. Her rifle also gives the team the missing reach it needs against every enemy in the air. But outside this warm room, the UAE countdown continues. 13 days remain. The next 9 floors must be cleared before one entire country pays for any delay. The multinational tower ticket has one hard rule. Juhyok cannot use it on a floor higher than his own player level. If he wants to enter the UAE's floor 60, he must first reach level 60 in Korea. So the race begins on floor 52. The tower raises his body to match the new level, and Juhyok feels stronger than ever. His mana is now deep enough to keep Shadow Step active all day. There is only one problem. Cossack gave his golden aegis and mace to the crown prince, so Juhyok is back to old equipment. Then Veronica finds a worse problem. Her magic gun is empty. Its bullets are mana stones, and yesterday's battle ended too quickly for her to collect any. For once, the answer is already inside Razix's backpack. He carries plenty of mind mana stones. Veronica thanks him and calls him the supply officer. Juhyok makes the title official and orders Razix to refill her gun whenever she raises her left arm. The little worker finally has a battlefield role that only he can perform. Floor 52 begins, and steel-beaked, pitch-black griffins fill the distant sky. Veronica activates her scope, secures a clear view, and ignites her mobility gear. Metal parts and magic lift her into position. Juhyok cannot decide whether she looks steampunk or cyberpunk. He only knows she looks very cool. Veronica asks how many targets the ground team can handle, and Gobang boldly answers, all 15. Gobang wants the monster sent down, so she can enjoy the fight. Juhyok also steps forward, eager to test his new level. Veronica stops both of them. She will clear the flock with a large shell first, and they can take any survivors. As the weapon charges, she gives a cold lesson from real war. Many soldiers die from friendly fire. The shell launches. A huge blast swallows the griffins and tears the battlefield apart. Juhyok understands why she warned him. If he had moved one step farther, there might not be bones left to recover. He never gets his taste of action. But the lesson is clear. With Veronica's firepower, the flying section has become far easier. 452 falls with S++, then 453, then 454. While Korea celebrates 4 perfect clears in 4 days, Crown Prince bin Salah is paying for his secret deal. UAE leaders call him insane for handing the trade enhancement rune to an unknown intruder. Without that rune, the Saudi contract is almost impossible. Bin Salah is banned from public activity and may lose his title. Exile could follow, and then hired killers may end his life. But a breaking report changes his fear into hope. Korea's hidden player has climbed from floor 51 to 54 without stopping. Bin Salah becomes certain that the strange negotiator he remembers as Meatball is keeping his promise. If floor 60 falls, the prince will travel to Korea with expensive gifts. More than survival, he now needs a lasting friendship with the person who can rescue nations. Floor 55 is the end of the Griffin section. The mission requires 50 normal griffins and 1 peacock feather storm griffin. A vast flock covers the sky. Ju-hyuk warns that one careless attack could draw hundreds, but Veronica opens rapid fire before he finishes. Every griffin turns toward the party. What looks like a deadly mistake becomes a perfect setup. Dalray spreads her debuffs and drags the flying beasts down. Once their wings cannot protect them, Ju-hyuk says they are only large pigeons. Cossack and Gobang crush the grounded targets, while Veronica keeps the sky under control. The teamwork between the sniper and support shaman is so smooth that the required 50 disappear at shocking speed. The boss arrives almost at once. The peacock feather storm griffin spreads its bright wings and prepares the finishing attack that Cossack said had killed many players. Ju-hyuk braces for the famous danger. Veronica does not let it begin. She loads another large shell and fires directly into the boss. The explosion breaks the attack and drops the feared monster before it can show its strength. To this party, even the great boss is only a very big pigeon. It tries to look harmless, but no one accepts the act. One final strike ends floor 55 with another S++ grade and another platinum badge. The team is halfway through the flying section, still ahead of the deadline, and Veronica has turned its most dangerous enemies into easy ground targets. Everyone checks the badge perk immediately. They hope for a grade up rune, so Razix can rise from R to senior instead. Ju-hyuk receives skill copy. He can take one ability from any summon in his catalog. At first this sounds better than a rune. Then the choice windows open. High satisfaction makes the lists enormous. Cossack offers stealth, invisibility, ambush, and escape skills. Gobang offers diamond skin, fast healing, giant size, and powerful taunts. Dalray has support bells, drums, talismans, and fortune skills. Veronica has gun abilities, while Razix offers gathering, crafting, cooking, cleaning, and his impossible backpack. One reward has become hundreds of decisions, and all 5 companions want Ju-hyuk to choose their best skill. Dalray recommends skills that can predict danger and strengthen the party. Cossack says escape must come first, because an invisible summoner is a living summoner. Gobang argues that a body no enemy can break is even safer. Their voices overlap as every new skill sounds useful. Ju-hyuk begs them to stop. Then he notices one tiny window behind the others. Glangma has a 1-star satisfaction rating. Because the Mad Demon was summoned only twice and immediately dismissed, his long list has narrowed to a single ability. There is no comparison, no debate, and no chance to choose wrong. While everyone keeps shouting advice, Ju-hyuk quietly presses that one option. When they finally ask what he selected, he answers, Blood Jade Genji. The entire party goes silent. Ju-hyuk ignored every safe, proven skill and copied the only power offered by the most dangerous man in his catalog. Even Ju-hyuk does not yet know exactly what he gained. The system description gives the first clue. Blood Jade Genji releases invisible energy and turns the user's own body into a weapon. Its force grows with mana and level, which means Ju-hyuk's rapidly rising stats will make it stronger. With practice, the energy can spread across more of his body. He has spent most of his climb hiding behind his summons. Now, one Mad Demon skill may finally give the coward a weapon that cannot be dropped, stolen, or traded away. It is a risky choice, but also a direct path toward real personal strength. Yu-hyuk wants to return to the tower at once, and discover whether that weapon is powerful enough for the wyverns waiting on floor 56. Yu-hyuk cannot resist searching the internet for stories about himself. The hidden S++ player has become Korea's greatest mystery. Articles say he has never missed a perfect grade, crossed the Griffin section without slowing down, and already entered the deadly wyvern floors. Then Ju-hyuk finds an interview with Nam Gyeon. Korea's famous top player says comparing her with the record holder makes no sense because she is still far behind. Ju-hyuk almost floats away when he realizes his favorite player mentioned him. He quickly stops the fantasy. The praise comes with suspicion. From floor 56 onward, most people believe no one can clear without government weapons, potions, and support. Online comments question the record, but Ju-hyuk has no time to answer strangers. He answers with action. Floor 56 falls with S++, while the UAE has 9 days left. Yu-hyuk keeps running. Floor 57, then 58, then 59 all receive the same perfect grade. When floor 60 finally unlocks, he leaves Korea's tower completely exhausted. He has climbed like a madman, but tomorrow he can keep Kosak's promise. His companions praise his sacrifice, and Ju-hyuk opens his status window. The once empty screen is packed. He is level 60, can summon 5 people together, and has 6 names in his catalog. He can enter the tower twice a day, and use Shadow Step, Primordial Lightning Mace, and Blood Jade Gangi. For a man who once feared one goblin, the status feels like proof of an impossible journey. Twice daily entry was the perfect reward for this race. One run pushed the highest floor, and the second gathered mana stones and rare materials. Ju-hyuk often collected 1 complete hide from frost, flame, and earth wyverns. The samples created a new problem. Razix catches Veronica putting bullet holes through a hide and scolds the veteran sergeant like a strict officer. Because he controls the mana stones for her gun, Veronica obeys every correction. The next morning, Ju-hyuk studies the UAE Floor 60 file. Normal teams need lure weapons, potions, fixed anti-air harpoons, special ropes, and full state support. The Wyvern Lord is powerful, but its servants are the real trap. Poison wyverns are weak and slow. Once they die, however, their bodies turn the canyon floor into poison. Ignoring them does not help. Poison wyverns crash themselves into the ground, and the narrow path leaves nowhere safe to step. Ju-hyuk summons the team and announces that they will clear the UAE tower first. Veronica presents a tactical briefing. After reading it, Ju-hyuk asks 3 times if she is serious. The plan sounds like a transforming robot show. Why not destroy everything with their normal firepower? Veronica explains that the normal method makes every member cross the poison. Her plan places the pain on one person. Gobang agrees at once. More importantly, the formation protects Razix. The little worker would otherwise run through poison while carrying Veronica's ammunition. Ju-hyuk refuses that risk. Since everyone accepts the plan, he approves it and activates the multinational tower ticket. United Arab Emirates, Floor 60. The ticket accepts the command, and Ju-hyuk's party appears in the poisoned canyon. The mission has only one target: kill the Wyvern Lord. Veronica announces the start of the annihilation operation, as life signs rush toward them. Gobang promises to protect everyone and becomes the center of the strangest strategy Ju-hyuk has ever seen. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. One companion and weapon after another attaches around the huge tank. Stage 4 completes a combined fighting unit made from summoned beings. Veronica gives it a proud name: Rabon the Basak. Yu-hyuk and Da-Rei remain in a safe place while the walking fortress enters the canyon. All Ju-hyuk can do now is cheer for the ridiculous machine his family has built. Gobang is the raid's core. He does not chase the Wyvern Lord. Instead, he stands inside the poison, uses endless taunts, and pulls every smaller enemy toward himself. Diamond Skin blocks much of the toxin. Rapid regeneration heals whatever gets through. The poison that makes this floor impossible becomes only pain he can survive. From the protected formation, Veronica shoots poison wyverns while Razix watches her ammunition. When her gun empties, she raises her left arm, and the supply officer reloads it without touching the ground. Soon every small enemy is gone. Yahello gives the order. Gobang charges the wyvern mord with the full team attached. The combined strike crushes the boss. Yahello gets that Gobang looks foolish, but also incredibly cool. The wyvern mord dies, the UAE 460 receives S++, and even a foreign tower clear awards Yahello a platinum badge. At that same moment, the UAE Supreme Federal Council is ready to destroy Crown Prince bin Salah. They accuse him of giving away the trade enhancement rune without a contract and placing the national tower in danger. Bin Salah refuses to admit guilt. He says the deal was an act of loyalty, but the council calls him arrogant and foolish. As the final sentence begins, he remembers Cossack's promise. 460 will fall within 15 days. Bin Salah trusted a masked stranger when every safe choice had failed. If that stranger was lying, the prince would lose his title, his home, and perhaps his life. Yet the slow series of Korean S++ notices gave him one reason to keep believing. The council does not care. It declares the lost rune equal to treason and sentences him to exile. Then a messenger screams inside the chamber. UAE 460 has just been cleared, and not merely cleared. The global system gave it S++. This result means far more than a new record. The collapse clock has stopped, millions of people are safe, and the oil region will not be destroyed. It also proves that bin Salah did not throw away the rune. He exchanged it for the exact rescue his country needed. The crime of endangering the tower disappears in one announcement. Every angry council member must now face the truth. Their punished crown prince succeeded where official talks had failed. For Yahello, this is also the first time his secret strength has saved an entire foreign nation. He entered without changing nationality, kept his identity hidden, and turned one unwanted ticket into a result no official agreement could produce. Cossack's dangerous negotiation, Veronica's plan, Razix's supplies, and Gobang's endurance all led to this single notice. Relief returns to bin Salah's face. He looks at the rulers who were ready to cast him out and calmly asks one question. What crime did you say I committed again?